is Jamie Polachek, and I'm a wife and mother of two living in Trumbull, and I strongly oppose House Bill 5044. I've heard many of you ask lots of questions tonight. Some questions for you. How many of you have a vaccine-injured child? How many of you understand the sadness and devastation of watching your child deteriorate and become unrecognizable? How many of you had to give up the hopes and dreams you had for your child? My daughter will never live independently, will never get married, will never have children. She will never be able to support herself. Public school is a constitutional right afforded to us in the state of Connecticut. Both of my children have documented disabilities, receive special education services, and have individualized educational plans in place which are protected under the federally mandated Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. They are entitled to a free, appropriate public education in the least restrictive environment. My older child, who I was just speaking of, is on the autism spectrum, has significant intellectual disabilities, and is protected by the Americans with Disabilities Act. She attends a public transition program and is entitled to remain in this program until she is 21. All of her goals are based on life and work skills outside the home. Her program cannot be implemented in a homeschool setting. These transition years will set the tone for her future. Expulsion from school will rob her of what is for her the equivalent of college, preparation for her adult life. Our son is a junior in high school and has received special education services since he was a toddler. He has battled severe anxiety, ADHD, and executive functioning issues, and has worked incredibly hard with his outstanding public school team to be successful in school. He has earned the right to complete his senior year and would be devastated if this was taken away from him. His plan was to apply only to colleges in Connecticut, but now that has been put on hold. If this bill passes, we will be forced to move out of state. We will be left with no viable option.
I'm sorry, we're going to have to stop you there. The bell went
I just
on.
have like 2 more sentences.
Okay.
Not once in the 16 and 13 years respectfully that my children have been in the public school system has their vaccination status ever prevented them from attending school, because there has never been, nor is there currently, a credible health threat in the state of Connecticut that justifies the removal of the religious exemption. House Bill 5044 discriminates and segregates, and I urge you to vote no.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is Linda Bissett. Oh, not here? Okay. Allison Birdie, followed by Casey Russo. Is Allison Birdie here? Thank you. So followed by Casey Russo, then Maria Buchta. Welcome.
My name is Allison Birdie, and I am here today to oppose HB 5044. Today I wanted to talk about the unintended consequences of this bill. And you may ask how a mother from Connecticut knows about the unintended consequences, and that is because up until about 18 months ago, I was a resident of the state of New York, and up until about 8 months ago, my son went to private school in New York. And we have many family and friends who have been affected by New York bills S2994 and A2371. These bills in New York have shown us that the unintended consequences are hate, segregation, loss of finances and work, loss of needed services for students, loss of community support, and the absolute most devastating is the suicide that has happened in students who have been kicked out of school in New York. I see my New York family struggle every single day to make ends meet, to make schooling work from home, and they are the fortunate ones who have the right to, who are able to choose. I watched my 8-year-old niece, who was vibrant, happy, social, and a model student, becomes sad her light has dimmed. She's unsure of her place amongst her peers by being kicked out of school. My 5-year-old son loves school, and most importantly, he is kind to all, regardless of race, religion, religious creed, or ability. And at the age of 5, he has already been kicked out of school one time for his religious beliefs. Let's not let this happen again to my family and to all of the families in the state of Connecticut. I'm encouraging you to do better for all of our children here. Don't follow this model. Support the education of our children, not the segregation and hate towards our children. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Senator Summers?
Yes, thank you for your testimony. Could you speak to the process that New York took to expel or to say that your son could not come back to school? That's something that we haven't really talked about here. You know, if this bill goes through and these are mandated and you're not going to be able to come to school, what did that look like in New York?
So in New York, all students had to be, I think the bill went through on June 13th, and all students were to be up to date by June 30th. So parents were literally left with very minimal time to figure out options. And it was to have the first rounds, and then they were to follow the CDC schedule for additional boosters, which is a very short period of time for those additional vaccines. And students were given 14 days to comply come September if they did not receive summer services. So in my family's case, my nieces and nephews went to school for 14 days and then were kicked out of school because they could not provide documentation that they were up to date.
So in September they went to school, they were in there for 14 days. What happened? Did you send them to school on day 15, or were they physically removed from the school? What happened?
It depended on the district. In my son's private school, we chose to just bring him to school in Connecticut because we had that option. We were fortunate enough to have that option. In some cases, kids were removed by security guards. Kids weren't allowed in the building. It really varied by the district. Some were just asked to leave and parents picked them up and they left. It varied by district because there was no protocol put in place, and it fell on the district's lap to figure it out.
So that's another issue I think we have with this legislation, is that there doesn't seem to be any standard protocol. How are we going to handle that? You know, personally, I can't think of anything more humiliating than having a child removed by security guards in elementary school, etc. So that's something else that's very lack in this particular legislation of how that's going to be handled and what do we do? And can you speak to what you said just quickly about the suicide you had?
Sure. So there have been two students that we know of in New York who have attempted suicide because of being kicked out of school, because of bullying that has happened after they were kicked out of school. One of them unfortunately did not survive. And it was directly related to their removal of school and the bullying that then there ensued after.
Thank you for that.
Are there any other questions or comments? Yes, Representative Jean.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming and providing your testimony. But perhaps I missed it, but and I'm not familiar with the new legislation in New York. So was there any provision in the New York legislation for medical exemptions? If you mentioned it, I'm sorry I missed it.
I did not mention it. There are medical exemptions in New York, but what happens in New York is it's really gotten kicked around. The Department of Health has to approve it. The school district has to approve it. So while they are available, they're very scarce and they're very difficult to obtain. Most students who might need one find that they can't get one, either by ways of their district not approving them or the health department recommending that they're not approved, and it's provided to be very, very difficult for students who do need them. I actually have a friend who her husband is immunocompromised, and per her husband's doctors, her children should not be vaccinated, and his doctors won't write the medical exemption because he doesn't see the kids as patients, and then their pediatrician won't write the exemption because the person who's immunocompromised is not the children, and it's not them. So they're stuck in this loophole of they need a medical exemption due to their family circumstances, but they can't get one, and their kids are kicked out of school in the process.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for your testimony. Next we have Casey Russo, followed by Maria Bucha and Ian Cadu. Ian? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Casey Russo, and I live in Meriden. As a pro-choice liberal who aligns far more often with Democrats than Republicans, I'm disconcerted by the idea that women have the right to make decisions about the fetus they carry, but not the child that they birthed. I believe that if it's my body, it's my choice, and if it's my children, it's my choice to do what I deem best for them until they can make that decision for themselves. As someone doing anti-racism work, I'm disturbed by the CDC whistleblower documents showing that Black boys are harmed by the MMR at a disproportionate rate, and that harm was covered up. I believe Black lives matter, both Black adults harmed by police violence and Black babies harmed by vaccines. The recent swell of the Me Too movement is long overdue, calling out sexual assaults. I believe women. I believe women who say they've been assaulted, and I also believe women who say they've seen their children regress after vaccines. Almost every person I know who doesn't vaccinate according to the CDC schedule did at one point in time, until they saw the harm being done to their child. Whose religious beliefs allow for intentional harm of children? And in lieu of the rest of what I was going to say, I'm just going to let you know a story about pertussis. You heard earlier from people that you can be vaccinated against pertussis and still spread it because you can be an asymptomatic carrier. My children contracted pertussis from a vaccinated child who was asymptomatic, and I saw that they were sick because they had the symptoms, and we basically hung out at home for 3 months to not infect anyone else. So usually parents who don't vaccinate are aware of symptoms of these diseases so that we are very careful not to let our kids spread anything, where a lot of times kids who are vaccinated think it's a free pass to go to school even if they are sick, and their parents often will medicate them and send them anyway. So I don't think that our children are as dangerous as some people believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments, committee? Thank you for your testimony. Maria Bucha? And after that, I cannot read the next name. I'm going to say Vern, could be Ken, could be... and the person after that is Leanne Duquette. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Maria Bucha. I'm a tenured professor at Norwalk Community College, and this is my first personal day I've taken in 17 years. My father, an Italian immigrant, was a blue-collar worker at Central Connecticut State University for 30 years. I'm a graduate of Sunnyton High School and hold degrees from both Central and Eastern Connecticut State Universities. I'm a vocal champion of our top-notch public school system. Today you've heard from many parents about vaccine adverse reactions suffered by their children, by my 2 sons. Reactions are not fictional. The insert accompanying every vaccine lists minor and severe side effects, yet a screening test hasn't been developed to determine which individuals are susceptible to them. HB 5044 purports to ensure the public's health by mandating children and young adults stick to a 72-dose schedule before age 18, plus additional doses to attend post-secondary institutions. While vaccinating my now 17-year-old son per the recommended CDC schedule, he experienced systemic inflammation, resulting in many of the listed side effects, including severe eczema, multiple ear infections, wheezing, gastrointestinal issues, anaphylaxis. And I counted 40 sick visits and many rounds of antibiotics prescribed during his first few years of life. He suffered what doctors now acknowledge as antibiotic overuse and was unable to produce the necessary calming neurotransmitters to function effectively in school and was placed in special education. Today, he rarely takes any kind of drug, and except for the common cold, doesn't miss school due to illness. There's absolutely no proof that he poses a threat to his peers versus a fully vaccinated through age 21. Without this postgraduate program and work training, he may not be able to attend a community college and or be employable, and will have to rely on state Medicaid, SNAP food stamps, and federal SSI for subsistence. He won't pay a dime in income taxes. In addition, either my husband or I will have to consider leaving our jobs or reducing our schedules and our income. This is another foreseen hit to already the precarious Connecticut state budget. I hope I'll be able to continue our family's public school legacy in this great state. If this bill passes, we'll have to relocate as mandate refugees. Please make the decision to reject 5044. Thank you for your service and your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Representative Carpino.
Madam Chairman, my clock was about 2.5 minutes. Is there a time change?
Well, that was my.
Yeah, we've been getting text messages from a lot of people saying.
Yeah, it's been 2.5 minutes the whole time. Thank you.
Okay. Wow. Thank you all. We can check on that. Would you just, can you make sure that it's the 3 minutes? Thank you. Thank you very much. Were there any other questions or comments? Thank you very much. Leanne Duquette.
Oh, that's Jennifer Smith. Jennifer Smith is actually not yet.
Not on my list. There's none.
Were you the scribble she could read? This is the scribble that you could read.
It doesn't look like Jennifer Smith, but
I was standing behind her in line, so it's
that did. I don't have you. I'm sorry. I have to go by the list that I have because I have no idea.
I'm number 100. Are you on 189 or?
No, not even close. Thank you.
That would be a blessing.
So is Leanne here?
Nice try.
Leanne here?
That was a
No.
nice try.
Oh, okay, Leanne. Thank you. All right, you gotta go.
Hi, my name is Leanne Duquette. I'm from Woodstock, Connecticut, and I only have 3 minutes, so I'll get right to it. I keep hearing that the proponents of this bill would like to do this the right way, so I would like to examine that thoroughly. First, this is a religious exemption. It's not a non-medical exemption. Changing the language to seem less discriminatory is not doing this the right way. The more I look into this, I see that due diligence is not being met. That, and there is no scientific justification for this initiative. This is an extremely complicated bill that requires way more than 9 days scrutiny and even separate hearings for certain parts. This is not the right way. Proponents of this bill have been using presumptive language as if this has always been a done deal. Of note, this morning's press conference. This is demoralizing to constituents, the very people who put you here, and it says loudly that we are not the ones in power. This is totally antithetical to the democratic process and not doing it the right way. I ask that you keep the following questions in mind as you hear passion, persistence, and people fighting for their rights. Other than one-sided public conversations, what methods has this committee used to inform their constituents that the religious exemption is in jeopardy? Has it been explained to them that removing the religious exemption would not allow them to opt out of the flu shot or HPV shot or any other added to the continuously growing and never decreasing schedule? Wouldn't that be the right way? I'm sorry, that's a little distracting with their sidebar over there. Don't get me started on the DPH data. Basing massive legislation on a set of extremely flawed and obviously manipulated data is not doing it the right way. It's just not good policy. Why, in the 1990s, as Connecticut was touting their 90% vaccination rate as the highest in the country, was no one pushing this initiative then? Could it be that the numerous products we are considering mandating are not as effective as they once thought? Did you all disclose to your constituents that the alphabet soup agencies that you tout as some sort of gospel have a direct financial interest in this bill passing? This bill opens up a mandatory liability-free medical market to our sons and daughters. Our kids are not for sale. I'm sorry, this is a very distracting sidebar and I can't focus on my testimony. This is very loud over here. I can't, thank you. No one on this committee should be citing these agencies without first disclosing the conflicts that these very people are imposing this legislation on. Further, anyone citing the alphabet soup agencies that are actual vaccine companies should be recusing themselves from the vote because all these companies are actually convicted felons. It boils down to this. Either you don't believe vaccine injury exists and mandates are safe for everyone, or you think that my kid is acceptable collateral damage, and that is not the right way. Definitely not for my family. Please don't be stampeded by bosses pushing that there's an emergency that needs to be solved in 9 days. Listen to the people that are in here and that were outside today, the people that put us here. Pump the brakes or these rights will be gone forever. Voting no today is the right way. I'm sorry, I was a little distracted by all the sidebars going on today.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from members of the committee? Senator Summers?
Yes, I just wanted to speak to what has to happen. Today's the hearing, and then we have to decide as a committee to raise the bill and then vote on the bill. So we're not voting today. I just want to make sure everybody knew that.
Thank you.
Just so everybody's clear. And the sidebars, please be respectful of the people that have waited
Still
so
happening
long.
right now. I can almost not hear you over the sidebar.
So,
It's extremely
thank you.
rude.
Representative Pettit?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Leanne, you spoke to some of the data from public health. Can you elaborate on what data you disagree with or you think is incorrect?
I do disagree with both data sets that were released. We had a number of people, teams of people that went over that data for weeks. It is not accurate. It is extremely flawed. There's a lot of ways that that data was inaccurate. For example, when the school nurses collect the religious exemption, when I turned in my religious exemption for my son, I didn't also include the vaccine record that he has. He has most of his vaccines, but the religious exemption replaced that shot record. So the school had no record of his vaccinations and thought he was completely unimmunized, so he was counted as a totally unimmunized child. Some of the data sets were conflated. Some of the pre-K numbers were mixed with the kindergarten numbers. One data set was kindergarten and 7th grade, the next data set was kindergarten. One data set was everything except for flu shot, one data set was only MMR. You can't use these types of data manipulation to come to an agreement to impose massive legislation. And there are people signed up to testify that have gone through this data and can speak more specifically to it, but it's extremely flawed. And with that type of margin of error, it's extremely reckless to base this type of legislation on something so flawed, is what I was pointing to.
Thank you. I would only, I know with one of our meetings with leadership in public health, they did note that they did state to us that the point that you made, that they didn't have the data on the people who had the exemption as to what, there wasn't a consistent collection pattern there.
Correct.
Couldn't report that specifically to us, so thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Representative Hennessy?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry I missed most of your testimony, but I was wondering if you know, I mean, you know a lot of people, you know probably everyone that's here. Do you know, are there people here that are from like New York that came here because their religious exemption was removed?
Yes, actually, as many of you here know, I am the founder of Informed Choice Connecticut. We have well over 1,000 members in the state that I represent. I have been dealing with families not only in Connecticut, but I've been dealing with a large influx of religious refugees from New York. They're bringing with them their tax dollars and they're bringing their votes. And they're thinking about turning around and taking both of them with them because now their religious exemptions are in jeopardy in this state as well. I think the bottom line here is to understand that these parents are simply not going to comply and sacrifice their religious creed no matter what type of legislation is imposed. So I think the collateral impact is the next thing that really needs to be carefully considered because these parents are not going to comply and concede to their religious beliefs.
It just seems that the hardest impact would be with the children. So have you met with these children who have been taken out of their school systems?
Yes, sir. I've been up to Albany many times. I've rallied with the families up there. I've met with state leaders such as myself in New York, Rita Palma being one of them. There are children that are committing suicide because they're being expelled from school. They're being bullied so hard due to the misinformation campaign that they're supposedly these vectors of disease. They're big threats to public health. Many of them testified here today. They are sweet kids. They know if they're sick, they're staying home, not to go get anybody sick. Whether you're vaccinated or not, you stay home to protect the public health and not get others sick. Your vaccination status is irrelevant to that. But I think the most important part is that this committee is considering on imposing this legislation and expelling children from school. They absolutely better be ready to address the public when children do start committing suicide or attempting to commit suicide, because it is happening not only in New York, but Washington State and California as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Thank you for your, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much for your time.
The next people, it looks like John A., Aaron A., Sophia A. Can you give us your full name, please? Thank you.
Hi, Jonathan Ashley. Can you hear me okay? Can you hear me okay?
Now even better.
Thank you. I'm here to oppose HB 5044. My attorney advised me that this bill violates the unconstitutional conditions doctrine. This rule states that the government cannot force a person to choose between two constitutional protected rights. In this case, our First Amendment right to our religious beliefs and our 14th Amendment right to public education. Ms. Patricia Finn, Esquire, just won a case in New York referencing the unconstitutional conditions doctrine and is prepared to do the same in Connecticut. Is that how Connecticut legislators want to spend tax dollars tied up in court? There is money here among families that are challenging the legality of this legislation, that this is a discriminatory bill, and there is precedent for us to win. In New York, where they lost a religious exemption, there is public health provision in their state constitution. In the U.S. and Connecticut constitutions, there is no such provision. The words public health and health are not mentioned, and the constitutions have never been interpreted to provide any specific protection for health. In other words, there is no constitutional right to health, but the rights to establish religious freedom and public education are well established. The 5th and 14th Amendments provide the government shall not deprive persons of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Due process is the legal requirement that the state must respect all legal rights that are owed to a person. When a government harms a person without following the exact course of the law, this constitutes due process violation, which offends the rule of law. The Connecticut Constitution says no person shall be denied the equal protection of the law, nor be subjected to segregation or discrimination in the exercise or enjoyment of his or her religion, etc. Brown versus Board of Ed already established forced segregation is a violation of children's rights. My religious beliefs are between me and God, and it is against these beliefs to vaccinate my children. As I have stated, my religious beliefs are constitutionally protected and is my children's right to an education. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Is it also Aaron Ashley and Sophia Ashley? Is that all the same? Thank you so much.
Hi, I'm Erin. I have a migraine, so I'm going to try my best here. I'm a business owner in Connecticut and a mother of 3 healthy, unvaccinated kids. I will have to move out of state if this bill passes. I'm sorry if you don't understand my religious beliefs, but that doesn't give you the right to discriminate against my children. Furthermore, I am constitutionally entitled to my beliefs, even if no religious leaders support them. I do not believe it is God's plan to inject aborted fetal tissue, monkey kidney cells, bovine calf serum, formaldehyde, aluminum, etc. into our bodies. If it were God's plan, as the ultimate scientist, he would have put them there himself. Just because you may worship scientists and pharma doesn't mean I have to. The first commandment says, "Thou shalt have no other gods before me." He wasn't just referring to carved idols. No science you throw at me will make me reject my religious beliefs. Just as science cannot prove how Jesus was resurrected from the dead, yet I still have faith and believe he was. In the last few years, with the government attack on parents who don't vaccinate their children, I've come to understand how propaganda works. For 60 years, there has been a religious minority legally using the religious exemption to vaccines with no backlash. But pharma is not satisfied with a majority. They must have us all. We are the last stronghold in their market. Their goal is to wipe out the control group, so everyone comes to believe that chronic illnesses, autoimmune diseases, childhood cancer are normal or due to something else. The propaganda is working, unfortunately, and people are being made to fear our children. If this passes, our children will not be allowed to attend school. It reminds me of the segregation of black people in the South because of how they were stereotyped as dirty and contaminated. This stereotype festered to justify laws segregating black Americans under the false notion of cleanliness and disease prevention. The medical establishment agreed, proclaiming that African Americans were carriers of disease. I'm sure glad the science of the medical establishment evolved on that one. Yet it sounds so similar to what we experience now. So first, it's no school for our healthy children who are being labeled dirty and contaminated. What's next? Separate bathrooms, water fountains? Will we need a green book? This bill is discriminatory. We are not a threat to anyone. That is just hearsay. Continuing to parrot it doesn't make it true. There are no studies that prove it. The only threat here is propaganda. Like what led to portraying suffragists, homosexuals, and immigrants as a threat, and banning Ryan White from school, Japanese internment camps. You cannot justify discrimination of a minority by claiming you are protecting the majority. I'm almost done. The Nazis were wrong, the racists and sexists were wrong, the homophobes and xenophobes are wrong, and you are wrong if you vote for this bill.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Representative Hennessy. I'm sorry, one thing before you start, Representative Hennessy. I just want to thank all of you. Many of you have been here. It's been a long time. I really appreciate everyone sitting and being respectful of one another. Along those lines, I know that people can sometimes get giddy after sitting for a while, but it's really important that we not laugh or clap or do any of those things so that everyone feels very comfortable coming up and testifying. So I thank you for your patience and for the respectful nature that this hearing has had, and I would like to continue that way. Thank you very much. Sorry. Thank you, Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry you have a headache. Thank you for sticking it out and testifying. You were so comprehensive. I was going to say, but nobody's mentioned the Japanese internment camps, but you mentioned it, so kind of stole my thunder there.
Excuse me, that's what I'm talking about. There really can't be, all right? Because you don't know whether or not your laughing is intimidating somebody else, or so we have to. Are you kidding? I'm not. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And this is my daughter, Sophia.
Can I just wait 1 minute? I just want to make sure no one else has any other questions or comments for you. Are there any other questions or comments for Mrs. Ashley? No? Okay, thank you very much. And this is Sophia Ashley. Thank you, Sophia.
Hi, I'm Sophia. I am an 11-year-old in 6th grade living in Connecticut. In school, I have been placed in the high honor roll. Also, some teachers picked 20 kids out of the 200 kids in my grade for a special program for kids who stand out in leadership, and I was picked. I would like to say that I love school. It's so much fun learning new things every day and seeing my friends. If this bill gets passed, my family and I will have to move far away from our family and friends to another state for school. I would like to have the chance of going to a college like Yale or UConn. I want to have a career of being a professional dancer or be on Broadway. I believe that when God made my body, He made me perfect just the way I am, and he wouldn't want anyone to inject chemicals into me. The second commandment on my wall says, don't make anything in your life more important than God. You might not believe in my religion, but I will never put anything before God. Nowhere in the commandments does it say that I have to get vaccines. Even though I am young, I know that the smallest voices can make the biggest difference. I hope my voice makes a difference. Please help us and vote no.
Thank you, Sophia. What a wonderful job you did. I'm sure that your mom's very proud of you. And welcome. Is this your first time testifying?
Yeah.
You are fantastic.
Thank you.
And tell your friends that it's not so scary, because we love to hear from young people. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Representative Zuckett?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming up. I have a daughter in 6th grade, and she would love to hang out with you, and I would love for you to hang out with her because she doesn't love school so much. So you could rub off on her a little bit. But you just brought something to my attention I didn't think about. I've been thinking UConn has now, if this passes, mandatory at Yale, and that's very interesting to me. So thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you both for your testimony, and thank you very much, Sophia. Next we have Erin Jones, followed by, I think it's May Bell, and then Amy Pisani. Erin Jones here? No. Okay. How about May Bell? No. How about Amy Pisani? No. Lori Schaefer. Welcome. Followed by Mary Weber. Right here. Thank you, ma'am. Go right ahead.
I am Laurie Schaffer from New Milford, Connecticut. Esteemed members of the Public Health Committee, please oppose HB 5044. When I was a graduate student at Yale Divinity School, I co-founded a group that studied the connection between religion and health, prayer and well-being, and spirituality and healing. Professors from around the college, including the medical and nursing schools and the Department of Public Health, attended our programs. It was clear that they were finding people in their practices who were using their own religious beliefs to aid in healing above and beyond what medical treatment could do for them. More recently, during an emergency room visit, I was subjected to one treatment after another with no improvement in my condition. So I called a prayer partner from my church. While I was on the phone with the prayer practitioner, I experienced healing. All the ER people recognized it as a miracle and recorded it as such in my medical record. The head of the ER asked me what I had done during that phone call, and I gave a brief explanation of my religious beliefs and how we prayed. He said that he had seen numerous other spiritual cures from a wide variety of religions during his long career. Also, I am presently writing a book on the philosophy of healthcare systems, of which there are more than 100. While some of these philosophies overlap, others are mutually exclusive. Mainstream medicine is misguided when it wants to declare itself to be the one true way and require everyone, without exception, adopt its methods. Our wise forefathers gave us freedom of religion as our first right. Had they foreseen the pharmaceutical propaganda that passes as science, they might have codified our right to choose healthcare system. They might have codified our right to choose a healthcare system also. In my experience, my religious beliefs provide my children and me healing that is better, quicker, and cheaper than mainstream medical so-called science. Please oppose HB 5044.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Oh, I'm sorry. Representative Beck.
It's not for the speaker, but I'd ask if any committee member would object. I see there's a lady with a baby in the back room. If she could come up and speak, if she's on the speaker's list, because I do think it's a little tough to watch baby sitting here past 10 o'clock.
I don't know that you need it.
Are you here to speak?
I am, but I'll sit down.
No, I'm not asking
If you'd like to testify so that you could leave, you were, if that was something you wanted to do. The only thing is that there may be other people outside who also have children who are waiting to testify.
We're happy to hold the trial.
We'll let her get settled and then we'll see if she can come up. Is Mary Weber here?
My name is Mary Weber. I reside in Washington, Connecticut. As a healthcare professional, I took an oath to do my very best possible for my patients. As a Region 12 Board of Education member representing Washington, I took an oath to always do the very, very best for the students of Region 12. I take my oaths seriously. They come together on this issue. I hereby testify in support of House Bill number 5044. I represent a public school. I have an obligation to protect the health, safety, education, and well-being of the students and the staff. The only exemptions for immunization should be for medical reasons, not religious ones. It is my responsibility to protect the students and staff in our schools. Our children must be vaccinated. We must not let diseases that we can immunize for once again flourish in Connecticut public schools. Allowing children not to be vaccinated for non-medical reasons puts the students and staff with medical concerns at considerable risk. That is not a risk for the people of Connecticut that should want to take. We must never put our children in danger. Epidemics are very serious. People die, people are harmed, people are disabled, their health is put in jeopardy, and pregnant women, the elderly, and the medically compromised may have dire repercussions. We cannot let the decision not to vaccinate their children be based on beliefs. Immunizations are safe, effective, and prevent disease, disability, and death. I implore you to vote for House Bill 5044 and eliminate the non-medical exemption for the sake of our children and the people of Connecticut. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Senator Summers.
Yes, good evening. Thank you for your testimony. I have a question concerning something that you said, that we should vaccinate the children so that the staff is safe. Would you also then want your staff to be required or mandated to have the latest vaccines according to the CDC? So it's not just the children that have to be mandated to work in the schools, to go to school, but the staff that works in the school also be required to be up to date on the latest version of the vaccine according to CDC standards?
I think that would be a good idea.
Okay.
I think everybody we should do the best we can to keep our children safe and to keep our staff safe and to keep the people who work there safe.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming. Being that you're on the Board of Ed, I have two questions for you. One is, as I was reading through this piece of legislation, I think I read where if people cannot afford to get the vaccinations or have the insurance, that the school would pay for that. How do you feel about that?
That seems like a good idea, or maybe we should just have everybody be able to have immunizations for free.
And how would we pay for that if it was all for free?
With tax dollars the same way and put it in school budgets.
Okay. And then my second question is, there's a number floating around, 7,000, but in your district maybe it's 12. I don't know how many it is. But how would you think about educating those students?
Actually, supplies. They do everything that they need, and it's actually off, not in the schools, it's in the Washington Town Hall.
So for the kids that aren't disabled, so the disabled kids would have a place to go, what about the kids that aren't disabled? How would you work on educating them?
That's a good question, and that's something that you will all have to think about, and we will all have to think about if this becomes, maybe before it becomes the law. We should really consider what's to be done with these students.
We have to hurry
That
up
was a
with
good.
that.
That was a good question, and that was one of the things that I thought that was a really good point that people brought up. And if it was my child, I would worry about it. So anything that I would want for my own children is what I would vote for other people's children. That's how I vote, and for anything in school. If I wouldn't want it for my children, I don't vote for it for your children. So therefore, I would have a problem with it if I had special needs children. So I would also want it taken care of before you vote.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Senator Sum.
Sorry, I just had a follow-up to my first question. So you would, and I'm not trying to put you on the spot, it's just that we haven't had a Board of Ed person really that I think can remember today, because it's been a long day, testify. So I wanted to just get your thoughts, and I'm not trying to single you out or anything. But, so if you would agree that if this bill goes through, we're gonna mandate that children entering the school have to have certain vaccines or they cannot come to school. That would also be the case for your staff. And if your staff does not have a medical exemption that is signed off by a physician under the boxes of the CDC, then they would not be able to work in that school.
I would vote for that.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I would just want to mention to you that this is my personal opinion, not the position of the Board of Education, my Board of Education. I know the Connecticut Board of Education wants us to adopt this House Bill 5044.
That's why I wanted to make sure that you know I'm not trying to put you on the spot.
No, I just wanted to make sure that everybody knew that this was my own personal opinion, that this is not the opinion of my Board of Education.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Why don't you come up and give us your name so that they can have it for the record. Thank you. I'm gonna assume that the person came up here. You're okay with being taped, is that all right?
Sure.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
Good evening, Public Health Committee members. My name is Caitlin Dolan, and I'm from Fairfield, Connecticut. I urge you to oppose HB 5044. This bill represents a gross governmental overreach, an abomination of our First Amendment right to religious freedom, and a desecration of our personal liberty and bodily autonomy. This bill is based on a set of scientific facts that are far from settled and even farther from fully and comprehensively tested. Freedom of religion is established by the Bill of Rights. Congress may make no law respecting an establishment of religion. The Connecticut Constitution in Section 3, which I'm sure you know, provides the exercise and enjoyment of religious profession and worship without discrimination, and shall forever be free to all persons in the state. My religion dictates that I may not inflict harm on myself or others, and that I must treat my body with respect. There are known adverse effects to all vaccines, and manufacturers are required to describe those risks on the product insert. These risks conflict with my firm religious belief that I may not inflict harm on myself or others. The Constitution gives me the right to follow my religion. However, the risks indicated on the vaccine inserts are the ones we know. The World Health Organization, the Center for Disease and Control, the Food and Drug Administration are in agreement that vaccines are not thoroughly tested for adverse reactions prior to injection. They agree that there haven't been enough studies to fully understand the scope and breadth of what vaccines and their ingredients, especially adjuvants, really do once injected. The field of immunizations is a growing field, and we don't know enough about vaccines on the market today to identify all the potential safety concerns and adverse effects. The Connecticut Constitution also notes that the freedom of religion is protected as long as it does not conflict with the peace and safety of the state. But in order to consider removing a constitutional right, you must do two things. First, ensure that there are no other ways to preserve peace and safety in the state. Second, show that the intended solution is the least restrictive means preserving that peace and safety. And prior to both of these, the state must establish that there is a conflict between the free practice of religion and the peace and safety of the state. But there is no conflict here. There's no public health crisis or emergency. Connecticut has one of the highest vaccination rates in the country at around 96%. I tried to find examples of unvaccinated people using the religious exemption who have been the source of an outbreak, but have been unsuccessful, and probably that's because they don't exist. There are, however, examples of fully vaccinated persons as the source of a measles outbreak, and even those who spread measles to other fully vaccinated persons. You might think, don't we need mandated vaccination for herd immunity? The answer is no. We know there are cases of fully vaccinated persons that are supposedly passing on a supposedly vaccine-preventable disease. So even in full compliance with current recommendations, people have still contracted and spread disease. We also know that many vaccines made for communicable diseases don't prevent the transmission of those communicable diseases. For example, IPV, diphtheria, and pertussis are all highly contagious diseases, but the vaccines for those diseases do not prevent transmission from person to person. Therefore, they're for self-protection only. For these reasons, I urge you to oppose HB 5044. There is no conflict between our free practice of religion and the peace and safety of the state of Connecticut. There is no reason to remove our constitutionally granted right to freedom of religion. Oppose this judicially reprehensible bill. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next is Michelle Paolillo. Paolillo? Is Michelle here? No. How about Laurel Dolan? And then Elise Dolan is next, followed by Chloe, no last name. Are you together?
So I was going to speak, and then I was going to cede the rest of my testimony to Rabbi Epstein, if that's okay?
You have 3 minutes together.
Perfect. All right. I have a timer. So my name is Laurel Dolan, and thank you for listening tonight. I'm here to ask you to oppose HB 5044. This bill is against my right to practice freedom of religion. Mandated vaccines are in direct conflict with my religious beliefs. I have a family member who had a severe allergic reaction to a vaccine and died within 24 hours. I also have a sibling who had a serious reaction to a vaccine. How can I take a chance that that might happen to one of my 4 little children? And should my children be pushed out of their schools so I could save their lives? It should not work like that in Connecticut. As a lifetime resident of Connecticut, I graduated from Fairfield University and have recently moved to Weston with my husband and children. My daughter loves her new school, and my toddlers are hoping to attend preschool next year. I cannot imagine having to uproot our lives and leave our family, friends, and jobs to pursue religious freedom. If this bill passes, we and many in our community are prepared to leave Connecticut and move to a state that values the rights of the people. I ask you lawmakers, are you prepared for thousands of people to flee this state? Are you ready for the financial repercussions if thousands of children are kicked out of their school? And how do you plan to educate the citizens of Connecticut that cannot comply with this vaccine mandate for other reasons that the medical industry might not agree with, like an allergic reaction in my family? Secondly, concerning religion, I am absolutely morally opposed to putting anything in my body that contains aborted fetal cells. You might not know, but the MMR vaccine insert actually lists the rubella virus is propagated in WI38, which is the lung tissue of a 3-month gestation aborted fetus. That is horrific to me. My religion is against killing unborn children. I cannot be forced to put that in my body or the bodies of my children. Thank you for your time. I ask you to please vote no to HB 5044, protect our religious freedoms, protect our Constitution, and here's Rabbi Epstein.
Thank you, Laura. Esteemed members of the Public Health Committee, my name is Zev Epstein. I'm an Orthodox Jewish rabbi teaching and lecturing and writing in my community. As an Orthodox Jew, I'm sensitive to some of the things that I've heard today, and I'd like to comment on some of them. I am sensitive to hearing that the non-vaccinated community referred to as a vocal minority in a somewhat dismissive manner. Is it proper talk to hear in an American legislative body that we do not need to give serious consideration to a minority because they are a minority? And I ask that not as a Jewish rabbi, but as a 7th-generation American. My family believes in our great country's record of treating minorities with the respect they deserve. I am sensitive to hearing the sentiment that I've heard expressed that a medical exemption is a valid necessity, but a religious exemption is expendable. A religious injunction, for me, is just as inviolate as a medical contraindication. Religion is not a sentimental or romantic abstraction. It's not a smokescreen for those parents in my community who do not vaccinate. Their children are also immunocompromised. They cannot vaccinate them because their religion doesn't allow for it.
I'm sorry, Rabbi, I'm going to have to stop you there. The time's up. And can I please ask you to make sure that the clerk has your name so that we can reference it correctly in the record. Are there any questions or comments? Yes, Representative Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What do you do about immunocompromised children? If this bill is rejected, how do you feel about the detrimental effect on the immunocompromised?
Right. So that's something that many of my colleagues are concerned about, and they've put deep thought into it. The rabbis have been looking. The question has been asked, by many people in this committee. Where is the proof that the unvaccinated children are actually causing a health threat? And many rabbis have been looking for the proof, and they haven't found it. So, in their opinion, the healthy, unvaccinated child is not, doesn't have disease in him. And therefore, he's not a threat to the immunocompromised child. So many rabbis are not concerned that the unvaccinated child actually poses a threat to the immunocompromised child because they haven't seen proof that that is the case. So many people, myself included, don't view this as a threat to the immunocompromised child. But if we do want to assume that there is some problem, there would be some issue for an immunocompromised child in a school. And again, I consider a religious parent that will not vaccinate their child because of religious reasons, that child's also immunocompromised. So who do we send to school? Only the healthy, irreligious kids? Meaning, why is that immunocompromised child who cannot get vaccinated for medical reasons different than that immunocompromised child who cannot get vaccinated for religious reasons? We're calling that immunocompromised child not able to be vaccinated, not his fault, but it's against his will. He can't be vaccinated. But the religious parent is not vaccinating their child, but that's their decision that they made. It's not the decision that they made. If that's their faith and their belief, they were told by their rabbi or their cleric that they can't do it, and they can't do it either. So, that would be a question that has to be asked. Who has to leave school? I think they should both stay in school.
Thank you for that, and thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Are there other questions or comments? Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm delighted to see you. You finally got up here to testify. This bill is about religion, so I think it's very appropriate that you come up and speak, being a rabbi. So I understand that Jewish people vaccinate. So how can you say that that your religion supports vaccinations or supports people not being vaccinated?
So that's a very good question, and that question has come up not only in this legislature. I was present in New York as well, and in Trenton, and so many legislators, have heard that Judaism does not prohibit vaccination. That's not a true statement, because some rabbis do not prohibit vaccination. Some rabbis obligate their congregants to vaccinate, but it is not a universally held ruling, which means just like we've seen so many doctors coming in here and telling us their different medical views, there are three distinct rabbinic views on vaccination. There are rabbis who will tell you that Judaism has nothing wrong, has no problem with vaccination, but I have testimony that I've submitted to the committee from one rabbi who was a teacher of mine who does forbid vaccination, and he is a decisor in Lakewood, New Jersey, and he has submitted a testimony with several other Orthodox rabbis who absolutely forbid vaccination. Earlier today, we had a Rabbi Green from Massachusetts was with us. He had to go back to Massachusetts to tend to his flock, who were rampaging through Massachusetts. But he also submitted his testimony. He asked me if I could read his testimony. Judaism strictly prohibits the current vaccine policy, and Rabbi Green reports that not one single Orthodox rabbi that he encountered can endorse the hepatitis B vaccine. They all conceded it's against Jewish law to subject a young Jewish child because there's no significant risk factor that would justify that injection for our community. So that's again a point that's very important to bring up over and over. Measles is an infectious childhood disease. Hepatitis B is transmitted through immorality, as is other diseases on the schedule that are not applicable to a faith community that's going to be monogamous and abstain before marriage, etc. As a matter of fact, Paul Offit, who's arguably America's foremost proponent of vaccination, was invited to speak in Baltimore, and he said, if your community does, follow the moral code that they claim to, then the HPV vaccination is not necessary for your community. It's in place in a community that's going to have a lower standard of morality. So we have several Orthodox rabbis weighing in that it is forbidden. We have Orthodox rabbis telling us that it is obligatory. My personal rabbi tells me that it's a matter of parental choice. And when it becomes a matter of parental choice, the parent is supposed to seek guidance from his doctor and his rabbi. And that's why we're going to have a plurality of view. So really no one rabbi can come and speak for Orthodox Judaism. I'm not a decisor, a rabbi who can decide Jewish law. I am a teacher of Jewish law, so as such, I see the plurality because I have to teach students that he says this, and he says that, and he says the other. If I was a decisor, you can't be fickle about what your decision is. You've got to say, you've got to do this. So I am reporting to you, and primarily I came to report, and I submitted that to the committee as well, a letter from the foremost rabbis from where I received my bachelor's of Talmudic law, Beth Medrash Gavoa in Lakewood, New Jersey, and all of the rabbis of that, the heads of the school and the decisors for the school have all signed a letter stating that they are against this bill, opposing the bill, and that's because a Jewish parent has to ask his rabbi about medical decisions as well. So we've heard a lot of talk that people are maybe hiding behind the religious, the religion when it's really a medical issue. I'm sorry I don't want to tax anybody's patience, but there is another testimony that I submitted from a parent that I know whose daughter has severe allergies to many foods and some drugs.
I'm sorry, I'm going to have to stop you there because you really can't be reading other people's testimonies.
Oh, no, this is actually my testimony that I didn't get a chance to say, but it's very relevant to the question. This is mine, and it's a parent that consulted with me.
Okay.
So,
I think that you've had plenty of time to answer the question, so I'm going to have to move on, unless Representative Hennessy had a different question.
Thank you, Rabbi Epstein, for your testimony. Good.
Are there other questions or comments? Thank you very much,
Thank
Rabbi.
you very much.
And again, please give your name to the
Thank
clerk.
you. I will. I must just compliment. I was in Trenton. I was in Albany. The tension in the room was terrible, and I think that everybody. I want to really. It's a compliment to everybody. I think we're really. I've been preaching that we need respectful dialogue in this debate in my community for a long time, and I think that we're really getting the hang of it. I think that the comment that the chair made earlier is true. The audience is getting the hang of a respectful silence, and the committee is getting the hang of it, of just listening, hearing out other people, and it was
Thank you.
a pleasure to be here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Elise Dolan is up next, followed by only one name, Chloe. Elise or Chloe are both gone? Okay. It looks like William's not here. Kristen Dolan. We have Brooke Jordan after that, just in case, and then Hugh Dolan. Welcome.
Thank you, members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Kristen Dolan. My career is in childcare and education. I stand here today in front of you as a completely unvaccinated, healthy, and educated adult. I am only here spreading and shedding my love and obedience to my God and my passion for freedom. But HB 5044 is declaring that I never deserved an education. This is segregation and discriminates against my family and me because we are not pharmaceutical consumers. This bill is the beginning of religious persecution in this state. Our Declaration of Independence guarantees us life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. Do we have to become farmers' guinea pigs to pursue our dreams? Is our pharmaceutical consumption status a prerequisite now? You will be voting on a law that would force citizens like me out of society. If this law passes, there could be no more unvaccinated doctors or teachers or accountants or judges or plumbers or engineers because we would not be allowed in colleges. In this age of all-inclusiveness and a swelling number of protected classes, you are seeking to discriminate against a minority of believers, a free people. Our sovereignty and dignity endowed on us by our Creator is now threatened. It is repugnant to me that I have to even share my religious beliefs with you. My creed is sufficient for my exemption under the Connecticut Constitution. But here are my 5 reasons. Vaccines go against my religion. Number 1, I give you thanks that I am fearfully, wonderfully made from Psalms. The Bible says our God is infinitely wise and has numbered the hairs on our heads. It is blasphemy to say he has messed up every single immune system and has lost control of his creation, and that without man's intervention we cannot attain health. Number 2, do no harm. Which of our children will be the next casualty in this game of chance? Vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. The USSC, 2011. $4.3 billion has been paid in harm done. In December of 2019, World Health Organization Dr. Swaminathan, speaking to lack of safety monitoring systems, admits the risk, quote unquote, the risk is always there and the population needs to understand that. The U.S. infant mortality rate is the highest among first world nations. The CDC data, 54% of American children are chronically ill now. Are we securing health through vaccines or are we securing poison by injection? Number 3, thou shalt not kill. Aborted baby cells and vaccines. We may not kill one to preserve another. This is another abomination. 4, parents are responsible for the health and well-being of their children. Parents who don't vaccinate are overly diligent and keep their children home when they're sick so they can recover. They don't have a false sense of protection. I can testify to that. I'm completely unvaccinated. We always stayed home when we were sick. Our children are not a threat. The church has the right and duty, this is number 5, to educate her baptized members. Salvation is not dependent on our pharmaceutical consumption status. The state is not involved. I would like to bring to your attention the recent mumps outbreak. February 17th, 2020, Concord Monitor in New Hampshire. 4 confirmed cases of mumps at the University of New Hampshire. All students had been vaccinated, but it's still possible to develop the mumps, officials said, unquote. Doctors aren't sure why, but the CDC claims it could be that some immune systems just don't respond well. Our triune God is the supreme lawmaker. No man, no government can make us act in defiance of his laws. We are the land of the free and home of the brave. HB 5044 is tyranny. Please vote no to this bill. We can never comply. St. Michael defend us.
Thank you. Hold on 1 minute, please. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Next on the list is Brooke Jordan. Is Brooke here? Okay, thank you. After that is Hugh Dolan, and then Mike Milbug. Thank you. Please proceed.
Hello. Thank you for allowing me to testify. I've been here since 7:30 this morning. I drove down here from upstate New York because I am a clear picture of what you're looking at if you decide to pass this bill. And I have to tell you that for my family, it has been devastating. I've heard a lot of people sit up here and talk about if you pass the bill, they're going to move or they're going to choose to homeschool or whatever. Well, my family couldn't afford to move. And as a result of that, I now have 3 children. When they were kicked out of school, they were 13, 10, and 5, but we've had 2 birthdays, so they're 14, 11, and 5 now. So I have 3 children whom my husband and I leave home every day because we have to go to work because we can't afford to live off of one income. And my 14-year-old is responsible for the education of her younger siblings while she's trying to get her own education. And it's not right and it's not fair. And I have legislators that told me prior to the passing of the bill, you know, your kids will be able to get medical exemptions based on the issues that they had. I told them, no, they're not going to be able to get medical exemptions in New York State because I already know that doctors won't even see my children. They don't care why they're unvaccinated. They don't care that they have health issues. They don't care that we have morals and values. And what kind of country do we want without morals and values that are based on people's religious principles? I sat here and I listened to your commissioner talk about not wanting to drag up the past. Well, how are we unburying the bones of segregation and discrimination? It's not right. I took my children to the African American Museum over the summer, and my daughter looked at the pictures because they passed the bill in June, and my daughter looked at the pictures and she said, Mom, how is this any different? I've spent my life telling my kids that your education is important because people fought and they died for your right to have an education. For them to now be denied an education, and then on top of it, to add insult to injury. I don't know which one of you it was who asked about the process of them being kicked out of school and being removed. It was devastating, and I now have an open CPS case because I wanted to fight for my children to be able to get an education. So instead of the school district agreeing to meet with me, they called CPS and filed educational neglect charges against me. So we're talking about delicate situation. You don't know each individual's family's case, and you can't know it until it happens, and then you have people sitting in the seat like mine. I have a sister-in-law who has my niece. My sister-in-law's blind. My niece is home now being educated by my blind sister-in-law who lost her son last year to cancer. So this is what it looks like on the other side of passing this bill. There has to be another way. And I really hope somebody asks me about what happened as far as the medical exemptions go.
Thank you very much. Are there questions or comments? Senator Avon.
Could you tell us about the medical exemption? What happened?
Yes, so my son has arthritis. He's got rheumatoid arthritis. And his rheumatologist has already agreed that if he receives more vaccination, it's likely to cause more damage. My son is one of those kids that their treatment for the arthritis is to give him chemotherapy. So their solution is for me to get him, to put him on chemotherapy, and then they are willing to give him a medical exemption. They will not give me a medical exemption so that I can continue to protect his joints, which I've been able to do absent of the chemo. I put him on a vegan, holistic diet because as parents, that's what we do. You find out your kid has a problem, you research it, you try the least invasive way possible to fix it. That is what I did. My son went from not being able to run or play and being in pain all day to scoring 28 points in his basketball game because I did my own research and fed him to good health. And instead of them giving me a medical exemption to keep his system from inflammation, they would rather I give him the vaccines, then put him on chemo, and then they give me a medical exemption for his immune compromised situation. And then the last thing I just want to say is I've got 3 kids who are all in years of graduation. One graduating from kindergarten, one supposed to graduate from elementary school, and one supposed to graduate from middle school. And none of them are able to attend their graduations. They don't get that back. And as their parent, I don't get that back.
Senator Armour, did you have anything else? Other questions or comments? Representative Candeloro.
I want to thank you for your testimony. I think one of the pieces that you've brought to us is the education piece. You know, we hear from the Commission of Education. We haven't heard from any education experts. And so I think many of us are struggling with the back end of this. It's easy to say let's remove a religious exemption and people try to struggle for the medical. So from the educational component, did you try to bring your children to school?
So my children were, I stuck them in school initially, and then I stuck them in school for the purpose of, because they had already removed the religious exemption, so I stuck them in while I was trying to get a medical exemption for all of their issues. So after their nurse practitioner that's been treating them for 5 years, she wrote up a medical exemption, but she could not get the doctors in her practice to sign it, nor could I get any doctors to treat them. So once the school found out that I could not get the medical exemption that she wrote signed up, they told me that they couldn't come back anymore. And so I wasn't able to bring them anymore. Then the school started sending me documentation telling me I had to sign withdrawal forms. I told them I don't want to sign withdrawal forms because I'm not withdrawing them from school. You're kicking them out. You're telling me that they can't come. Ultimately, they told me that if I did not sign the withdrawal forms, that they were going to call, there were threats of CPS. So I signed the forms, but on the forms I wrote, I'm not withdrawing my kids, you're kicking them out of school. And I turned those documentation in. Then I repeatedly asked for a meeting with the school because I wanted to find out how they could help me in educating my kids. Because I'm tired. I'm working 8 hours a day, then I'm trying to figure out their education, then I've got my own health issues. I'm tired. So I wanted to find out how the school district could help me in educating my kids. They would not return my phone calls. They wouldn't schedule a meeting with me, which I asked for. I didn't want to turn in a letter of intent to homeschool because my intent was not to homeschool. It was to get the free and public education that they're supposed to be able to get. But because I did not turn in the letter of intent, the school district then called social services and called CPS. And then next thing I know, I've got CPS at my door, and now I have an open case that I have to fight, in addition to all of the rest of this stuff. Then I now have to report to them and try and figure out a solution, which now I had to turn in the letter of intent, which I did, but I put on it that I'm doing this under duress, this is not free will. And now, as a result of that, I lose all right to any, once you turn in your letter of intent, you lose all right to any educational resources at all. None. Zero. And then on top of it, a homeschooled child in New York State they don't get a diploma. They don't count a homeschooled person going through school. It doesn't matter what the program is. They do not count that as being worthy of receiving a high school diploma.
I thank you for giving us this information because I think it's something that this committee needs to struggle with and come to terms with and recognize the impact of this legislation. It goes far beyond the religious exemptions. So thank you so much for sharing your time and putting a face to this issue.
Thank you. Representative Zuckis.
Thank you so much for coming. You've actually made me cry. I have a question. In New York, do they have a board? Because this piece of legislation creates a council. Is that the case in New York where these exemptions could go before that council and be reviewed?
You mean the medical exemptions or like religious exemption?
Well, yes.
I'm to be honest with you, I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything of any council. I know as far as the medical exemptions go, if you get it, it goes to the school, and then the school sends it to the Department of Health to get the approval. But as far as a religious exemption, I don't think there was a council per se.
And maybe this is a question for chairs, just really quickly. This council that's being created, will they be reviewing, so if the doctor gives me a medical exemption, they can override that? How is that working?
That's certainly not what we have envisioned in this legislation. They are a monitoring body that's going to look at how the law is being implemented and make recommendations to
So my 5-year-old, who is the only one out of the 3 of my children who is completely unvaccinated and the only one who has no health issues, she went to school on religious exemption. She went to preschool. My older 2 were homeschooled because we moved to New York from Pennsylvania because my son had a lot of health issues, and the area that we moved to, the middle schools and stuff weren't good, and I had a job that I could work from home at that time. And so they were homeschooled. But in preparation, because New York State was changing my job, in preparation for my job, we moved into a school district to enroll them in school. So they had, my 2 oldest ones were not on anything at that time because they were at home. But when we moved into the district in April, then the plan was to put them on a religious exemption. But my 5-year-old was on religious exemption. But also the diagnoses of the arthritis for both my son and my oldest daughter came during the summer of the summer after this bill passed.
Okay, so even though rheumatoid arthritis is an autoimmune disease, you were still not able to get a medical exemption.
I was not, and up until this point have still not. And in fact, in working, because now CPS is involved in my case and the school district is trying to help out, the school district called me the other day to tell me about a health care practitioner that they found that were willing to take my kids on and to review their case for the medical exemption. I called that health practice and they said under no terms will they see any children that are not 100% vaccinated at all.
That seems to be something that we've heard recurring throughout the testimony today. Conflicting but recurring, that clinicians are not comfortable with maybe writing a medical exemption. They're not comfortable with children that are not vaccinated. I've actually had people in my district come to me that pediatricians will no longer see them if they are not vaccinated. And I think your testimony is very, very, do we need help? Important because it shows what can happen to families, and this is an unintended consequence that perhaps nobody up here is thinking about.
Absolutely.
And do we need to call?
We live back there in a nurse, we're good.
I know, but do we need to call 911 or not?
Well, look, we have a wheelchair outside.
I'm sorry, that's okay. And I don't know if I should continue, but I will. So I think that's important. I also want to remind people that our entire United States history is based in religious freedom. That's why people left England to come here to practice their religion freely. This is really borderline, absolutely looking at compromising that founding mission of people that risk their lives to come to this country. So please keep that in perspective when we're debating this bill. We've heard that over and over tonight about people's religious freedoms from whether it's a rabbi or a priest, and I think that's something that needs to be protected. And I want to welcome you to come to Connecticut if this bill does not go.
My oldest daughter, the 14-year-old, she so badly wants to play basketball at UConn. And this was her first year in 8 years, her first season that she was not able to play basketball. My husband is 6'9", so she literally has been training since birth to get the same scholarship that he got. He came over here from Liberia, a refugee of war, and got a scholarship to play. And her dream has been to play for UConn. So yeah, we have state care as well because I want to make sure that her dreams are for her a reality.
Well, I hope she gets to play basketball on some awesome team.
Thank you.
And I lost my train of thought here, but I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. It's been a long night or a long day, but thank you for coming. And thank you for your daughter for homeschooling your younger children. I know it must be a tough situation. One of the things also we've heard and just remembered is that many of the folks that are faced with this, perhaps this bill goes in as written, they can't afford to stay
participate for like my son. He was able to play in his CYO team that my husband coaches out of the Boys and Girls Club. But for my daughter, because she's 8th grade, during this past season, there wasn't anything for her to participate in because all of the kids are in school participating in their school activities. And the other thing that, you know, is necessary to remember, like you said, as far as the rabbis go, this is a real conviction for us. I'm a Christian. There's a scripture in the Bible that says God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of love, power, and a sound mind. And what they're asking us to do is to deny our sound mind and to sacrifice our children on an altar of fear. And that's what we're not willing to do.
So we have a situation where we have forced parents in this particular case to make the choice between sometimes going to work and homeschooling. We've taken kids out of their social environment of their school. We've prevented them from participating in sports. We're isolating, we're discriminating. We're doing all these things in the name of public health where we have not yet proven that there is a public health threat.
No, and in fact, we're declining in moral health by doing so.
Thank you very much for being here tonight, and I hope
Thank
you're
you for
very
having
safe
me.
ride home.
Thank you.
Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I also wanted to add my comments and thank you so much for the initiative to come here and to give us your concerns and your insight. But I asked a question earlier because not only are you now forced to be homeschooling, but has the department in New York, the education department, given any guidance to you as to testing? I know many of the schools, to go on to college particularly, they have state assessments and testing. And how was that handled in your case?
The they called CPS on me. That's the only assistance that they've given me. Nothing. And I've called and I've asked. I've called and I've asked. I've sent letters to the Board of Health. To the Board of Education. There's nothing. They will give us nothing. Zero. And it says so in their statutes that we are not entitled to. All I asked the school for was, can you give me the same laptop that she was using already? Because now they have to do online programming because I'm not going to be home. They took the laptop that she was using in school that they issue to all of the kids. They won't give textbooks. They won't give this online curriculum that the kids use. The teachers record a lot of their classes online. I said, in the event that I'm able to get her medical exemption cleared, can she continue with the online stuff? Everything was no, and no. So in other words, my kids' education is not, it doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter. They don't matter.
I really appreciate you coming here again tonight and giving us your insight on this. And we're trying our best to try to find the right answer and balance, but you bring up some points. I think it's our duty also to look to provide our school environment with the best possible safety and health. So that's a balance we're trying to find here. But to go to the next step, if you're homeschooled and not provided any kind of resources and no ability to continue to further education, is something that I think we need as a committee to continue to look at. So again, thank you very much for coming out tonight.
Thank you. Representative Michelle.
Well, don't worry.
Wait. I'll let you know when everyone's done with their questions.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to thank you. It was just a comment. Thank you for bringing emotions and very strong words, and also helping us do our due diligence here in Connecticut. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other questions or comments from the committee? Now, thank you very much, and have a safe travels home. Next we have Hugh Dolan, followed by Luke Milbury, maybe, or? And then Joy O'Meara. Welcome, sir.
It's easy. This is tough testimony to follow, believe me. I want to thank the members of the Health Committee for your diligence and your extra effort today. We appreciate all the time that you spent. You're locked up there in this thing, and I know you appreciate all the time that you spent out here. So we thank you for that. I'm a father of 8, a grandfather of 9. I'm a 28-year firefighter, emergency medical technician, and hazardous materials technician, and I'm vice chairman of my solid waste committee in the town of Fairfield. My written testimony that I presented to the committee offers 9 points of objection, many of which, much of which we've already covered many times today. I'd like to talk to 2 items. We as firefighters respond to emergencies 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We go when we're called, 911. We go when we're called. We get a call at 2:30 in the morning for a structure fire. We don't ask them if they're black. We don't ask them if they're white. We don't ask them if they're Huguenots. We don't ask them if they're Puerto Rican. We don't ask them if they're American. We serve. We do the service that we're called to do. We don't ask them if they violated the smoke detector law. We don't ask them if they violated the sprinkler law. We don't ask them if they've kept their house neat. You're on the verge of denying people their rights because they don't want to comply with the law. The health committee, the education system, they all serve the same residents that we serve. Regardless of the status, regardless of whether or not they've agreed to comply with everything, we have to respond, and we do that response. When we make an emergency response, we're allowed to ignore traffic signals, traffic rules. We're allowed to knock down their doors. We're allowed to go to their home full of smoke and to search their home without a search warrant. But we're doing this is the second point, we're doing this because of emergent circumstances. We have an emergency going on, and we see the kids' bicycles out front. We see the parked car out front. We have a good intent, a good expectation there's somebody there. We're going to help somebody. You people are trying to pass a law in which there's no emergency. You're taking away their right to their liberty and to their freedom and to their religious freedom without having the exigent circumstance. That's not right. It's important for us to understand why we're even here today. The religious exemption that we have in this state and in this country is long-standing. Prior to 1959, there was no need to have a religious exemption in the state of Connecticut. In the 1959s, 57, 58, 59, and 60 began the development of health departments and education departments which started to clamor for involvement in the vaccine industry, which was just starting. At that point, our state senators said the residents of the state of Connecticut are deserving of the religious exemption, an exemption that we had had for 250 years. It had been built into the United States Constitution that nobody can be violated in their personal rights.
I'm sorry, sir, I'm going to have to stop you there. Time's up.
Okay.
Did you have one thing you'd like to say to conclude?
Even at that time, the head of the state medical department and the state health department both concurred that the religious exemption was very important to codify in the law, although we had already had it for 250 years. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Questions? Representative Hennessy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, sir, I would like to disagree with you. As far as the preceding speaker, you did very well in your own right, and thank you for your presentation, and thank you for the service to Connecticut.
Thank you, sir.
Are there other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next I have Luke Milbury. No. Joy O'Meara. Raymond Vico. Are you Jill? I'm Joy. Oh, Joy. I'm sorry, that's me. That wasn't you. You wrote the correct name, believe it or not. Thank you, Joy.
an educated, researched, intuitive decision for my children? Why do you believe you know my babies better than me? You know nothing of the heartache I faced when my son started to deteriorate. He was born absolutely perfect and healthy for 18 months. Following a well visit, my son had his very first seizure. I was told on the phone that seizures are normal. I'm here to tell you there's nothing normal about a baby having a seizure. But the crazy thing is, I adored my pediatrician, and I listened. But what got me was when I went to roll a ball to him, and he wouldn't look at me. Then I knew something was wrong. And then when the doorbell rang, and he didn't say, "Who's here?" to me in his cute little voice, or when we read a book, and he no longer quacked like the duck, or said duck, I knew something was wrong. Well, I continued to vaccinate. After the next round of vaccinations, my son completely lost his speech, had constant seizures, anxiety, GI issues, allergies, head banging, severe self-injury, screaming for hours, biting, and eventually failure to thrive, and had to get a feeding tube. No parent wants to discover that what we were told would keep our babies healthy and safe was the very thing that made them sick. I will never forgive myself for not researching vaccines. Never. I was a terrified mother, and I listened to my pediatrician, and I continued to vaccinate until the third round. I believed wholeheartedly in our nurse, our pediatricians. I believed them when they told me the vaccines didn't cause my son's sudden illnesses. I believed in the system. Want me to stop?
You can take a moment to wrap up if you would, please.
Okay. I'm just going to say one last part. You are making laws for our children and trying to put tape over the mouths of the people that love them the very most. And as our hero, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. said so perfectly, the last thing standing between a child and an industry of corruption is a mom. We will not consent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next I have Raymond Fico. Is Raymond here? Followed by Bishop, I cannot read it, Zen something. He may have already testified. Lauren Minicino. Welcome.
I am here today to ask the Public Health Committee to stop HB 5044. It is unconstitutional, challenges my First Amendment rights and my child's constitutional right to a free public education. My child is my gift from God, and it is my duty to care for and protect her as I deem appropriate until she is mature enough to competently make personal health care decisions for herself. My child is a fifth-generation nutmegger. We love our state, our community, her school, and living near our family and friends. My kindergartner excels academically. She's on par with second graders at her school. She is a role model for her peers and is her class representative. Her current age-appropriate goal is to make safety patrol next year when she starts first grade. My child is also immunocompromised. She was diagnosed with a rare autoimmune disease of the kidneys. Anytime she gets sick, she spills blood and protein into her urine as a result of impaired kidney function. Each time she falls ill, she gets one step closer to potentially requiring dialysis and or a kidney transplant. In collaboration with her medical team, we have collectively made the decision that it isn't in her best interest to continue vaccinating, as the vaccines, especially ones with live viruses, trigger an immune response and damages her kidneys further. Her last day at Children's Hospital from a basic viral upper respiratory infection that left her with only 30% kidney function cost us $7,000 out of pocket, and we have exceptional insurance coverage. Theoretically, she can end up in the hospital every time she gets sick. but we work very hard and spend a lot of money on vitamins, supplements, and organic foods to try and boost her immune system and keep her out of the hospital. We have asked for a medical exemption, which our medical team feels she is a candidate, but under CDC guidelines is ineligible to receive. I'll repeat that, ineligible to receive. We have been informed by her providers that they are fearful to write it, as doing so may jeopardize their medical licenses. CDC guideline lists HIV positive status, chemotherapy patients, and people who have suffered anaphylactic shock as the only patient population eligible. Ultimately, the medical provider doesn't have the final say, as a result of a very real threat of losing the ability to practice. This predicament presents a very slippery slope and locks thousands of children out of getting rightfully deserved physician-recommended medical exemptions. To date, there has not been any clinically documented testing on children with my daughter's autoimmune disease and the short or long-term effects of vaccines. Where there is risk, there must be choice. Please keep all medical decisions between parents and medical providers. Ultimately, we pay the price, and we have to live with the consequences. My child may be nothing more than a number to politicians and lawmakers, but she is my world. I will stop at nothing to ensure she is properly and safely cared for and provided the public education she is entitled to. Thank you.
Thank you for your
Lauren
testimony.
Minikino,
Are
and I'm
there
from New Haven County.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, Lauren Minikino from New Haven County.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Candelora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a general question, if you're comfortable answering it. Given your daughter's condition, the interaction with the medical field, so you're currently exercising religious exemption because of the situation. Are you finding that the medical community is working with you on that? Has there been a change that we're hearing about?
So I have a team of doctors, and they would like to help me, but their hands are tied. Literally tied. They don't want to lose their licenses. She doesn't fall under this requirement. So it is something that I do use a religious exemption for. I will not take any risks with my daughter's life. From the time that she was born as a preemie till now, it has just been one thing after the another. Eczema, allergies, dairy allergies, asthma, and the autoimmune disease. Like it's always something. And we had to take her to, she had pneumonia 3 times when she was around 3. And the 3rd time I thought she had pneumonia, and our pediatrician's office was closed on the weekend. So my husband works at the ER. We don't go to the ER unless somebody's dying. I've been to the ER once, and it was because my gallbladder needed to come out immediately. So I looked for a pediatric urgent care, and the closest one to our home at the time was in Norwalk. I took my daughter in a snowstorm, in 104 fever, to the pediatric office in Norwalk, and when we walked in, they asked me first and foremost about her vaccination status, and I said that we use religious exemption because it is what is best for her, and we were literally kicked out. You need to leave. You are a danger to everybody else that is in here. So in a snowstorm, an hour away from my house, I had to try and find somewhere else to take my daughter, and I went to the next pediatric. There were only 2 at the time, Norwalk and Stanford, and went to Stanford, and that was the first question out of their mouths as well. And in fear of them not helping me, because she was basically passed out in my arms, they asked me her vaccination status, and I had to say to them that she was fully vaccinated because they weren't going to see her either. And there's nothing worse in the world than having to lie about something, because lying means that I'm not telling them what they need to know about my child to help her. And she did in fact have pneumonia, and that's how we figured out that she needed a pediatric pulmonologist and that she had asthma from that 3rd round. And we also had a hard time finding a pulmonologist to take us, a pediatric one, because she wasn't fully vaccinated. So we get a lot of pushback, and it's pretty horrifying.
Yeah, it's interesting to continue to hear. Part of the rationale behind this bill is to protect children with autoimmune issues that can't receive vaccines. But I continue to hear over and over again, the individuals that are exercising religious exemption are the
There is no treatment or cure for my daughter's autoimmune disease, but as it progresses and it gets worse, they said that they could potentially use chemo to treat it, which is like the last thing in the world that I want to do. So we do everything that we can at home to make sure that we don't get to that point. I mean, autoimmune disease, chemotherapy, like it's mind-blowing.
Are there any other questions or comments from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Evelyn Minicino, am I saying that?
Minikino.
Minikino, thank you. After Evelyn is Megan McNicholas Liggett.
Hi, I'm Evelyn from Wallingford, Connecticut. I'm here today to ask the Public Health Committee to oppose HB 5044. I was born in 1956, and as a child, I was vaccinated for polio, smallpox, and DTP. My daughter was born in 1978 and received 7 injections and 4 oral vaccinations. My granddaughter, the light of my life, is supposed to receive 53 injections according to the current CDC guidelines. She just turned 6, and by far she is the least healthy of the 3 of us. She has eczema, allergies, asthma, reoccurring ear infections, and a rare autoimmune disease of the kidneys for which there is currently no established treatment or cure. I watch my daughter and son-in-law and care for her meticulously, day in and day out, at a great expense to them mentally, emotionally, and financially. The love they have for their daughter and dedication to her well-being is fierce and unconditional. My granddaughter, who ideally should have a pediatrician at her age, is currently under the care of a pediatric nephrologist, pediatric pulmonologist, and a pediatric ENT specialist. I watch the pain and suffering of my daughter, worries about how she will educate her child if this law is passed. My granddaughter's life is difficult enough without having to forfeit the things that she loves most, which is going to school. She is brilliant, and she is the most beautiful child. Her future is bright, but only if her parents can work with her medical providers unencumbered by legislation and legislators. I worriedly wonder when enough will be enough. Vaccine scheduled. With 260 vaccines in the pipeline, this law paves the way for many more to be added to the required school schedule over the years. At some point, we must ask, how much more can these little bodies take? I am asking you to help keep my family together here in Connecticut. Losing my only child and my only grandchild to a literal medical exile will break my heart. I need my job and my health insurance until I can retire. Being separated from them until that day will be the worst thing that could possibly happen to me and our small, close-knit family. Please end HB 5044 in committee. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony. Is Megan McNicholas Liggett here? Thank you.
I'm actually going to donate my time to Carol Stichkowski. Thank you.
And after is Izzy Liggett.
Please bear with me. English is my 3rd language. My
Can
parents.
I ask you to give your name and be
Yes.
sure to check with the clerk after and give your full name when
Will
you're
do.
done. Thank you.
Carol Stichkowski, Berlin, Connecticut. My parents escaped persecution, an assassination attempt on their lives, seeking haven on the shores of the greatest country in the world, America. We exited the gates of John F. Kennedy Airport into the shadow of the Statue of Liberty 30 years ago as political refugees. as we were granted our visas. That was the basis. They came here for one thing, a document called the Constitution. That's what they were promised. As Americans, we stand on the shoulders of giants. Generations of brave men and women that came before us and paid the ultimate price. This bill throws those freedoms and hard-earned liberties like loose change to the feet of the people that brought us the opioid epidemic. We are stripping children of their right to an education. Education is a right, not a privilege, full stop. You're making parents make a decision between administering private medical products, privately held medical products to children, or giving them a public education. Let this sink in for a second. We extend this right to inmates in our prisons here in Connecticut. We let murderers, child molesters, and rapists have an education within our penal system. Yet, we are not going to allow healthy children that come from law-abiding families to have that same right. Are convicted felons better than our own children from law-abiding families? This is not a vaccine issue. It's a freedom issue. This bill will segregate children and throw Americans into exile within their own country. These children will be ripped from their schools, social group sports, and activities. Some may even give up on life itself, as we've heard today. All that will be left in the wake of this legislation will be shattered lives and broken dreams. Where will we seek asylum now? Are you going to make me a refugee again? In a fourth country after being through 3? So I leave you with this. We spread the dreams of our children at your feet. Tread softly, for you tread on their dreams. Thank you. By the way, there was a book from Health Choice Connecticut circulated to everybody. Not sure if everybody got a copy of it. I went to the mailroom and I asked, but here it is if anybody wants it.
Any questions or comments? Have a good evening.
Thank you. You as well.
Next up is Izzy Leggett, followed by Steve Judson.
Hello, my name is Isabella Leggett. I am 13 years old and I am in 7th grade. I live in Somerton, Connecticut. School, I'm here to oppose the bill HB 5044. School is the place where I can be myself and be my happiest, best self. Whether it's seeing my friends every day, getting to know and making great relationships with my teachers, or meeting new people and starting friendships that will last a lifetime. I play many sports for my school, and if we're all being completely honest here, I am a total nerd who organizes everything and lays out everything for the next day, who has everything laid out and prepared for the first day of school 2 weeks in advance during the summer. I am in the honor roll and won't be satisfied for anything that is under an A. It's the one place where I can share the most laughs and learn to be an educated, good kid and become a great adult. Why would you remove me from school and ruin everything that I have worked for just because of my religious beliefs? Right now, we're learning about the Constitution in history class. In that document that was created by our founding fathers, we have our First Amendment, which is part of our Bill of Rights. It states that I have freedom of religion and freedom of choice. This is really discrimination by taking us out of school. Discrimination of healthy children portrayed as a problem when all we want to do is just go to school. We are no risk to anyone else in school. The way I see it is that we are victims for financial gain. Our Constitution should protect us from this very thing. I do not belong to the government. I do not belong to pharma. I belong to the Lord. I have freedom of choice, and you should not be able to take away my choice or my education from me. Thank you very much, and please for us kids. Don't change the course of our lives, and please vote no.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Thank you. Representative Hennessy?
Well, somebody's got a comment. Thank you so much for staying strong through the day. It's late, and thank you for your testimony.
Next up is Steve Judson, followed by Danielle Cornos.
We added my daughter Sierra, who she wanted to share her testimonial, and if there's any time left over, I will share as well.
Hi, my name is Sierra Judson. I'm from Westfield, Connecticut. I'm presently a junior in high school. For the past 16 years of my life, I've never been vaccinated, I've never gotten the flu, and I've never put any sort of medication into my body. I cannot imagine not being able to finish my senior year with the friends I've grown up with my whole life. Let alone, I cannot imagine not being able to play the sports I played my whole life. 13 years of education in my hometown, and I might not be able to walk across that stage to receive a diploma. How does that even sound fair? Having to leave my school for 1 year is leaving behind everything. Memories, teachers, friends, and sports, all which impacted me as a person and changed me for the better. With that being said, having to go to a private school for 1 year means I have to start all over, find a new group of friends, and get comfortable with sports teams who have been playing with each other forever. It has also come to my attention that the religious exemption might be taken away on private schools in Connecticut. That means I'd have to be homeschooled or move states. First off, I am one of 5 children and both my parents own businesses. So how do you expect them to find the time to homeschool us and teach 5 different grades? Because homeschool doesn't seem to be an option, moving states is the only other option. Now that is leaving behind everything. My parents' businesses, our house, friends, and family. To move states means we would have to adapt to a new environment, find a new home, find a new school system, find a new place to play premier sports, find a new place for my parents' businesses, and many more factors. I'm supposed to be attending college in 1.5 years, but because that religious exemption could be taken away, I would have to eliminate Connecticut and any scholarships I could get. I recently got my wisdom teeth out, and after the procedure, I didn't take 1 bit of medication. I allowed my body to heal itself and fight off what it was going through. It was able to do that because over the years of not being vaccinated, my body has built its immune system to fight off viruses and other illnesses. My friends always get the flu after they get the vaccine, and I've never once gotten the flu from any of them. That's because I have a strong immune system. But what this all really is about is allowing us to have the option to make our own choices and to be able to choose what we want to do with our bodies and put in our bodies. With that being said, this is going against the First Amendment, which overall states we have freedom of religion. By taking away religious exemption, that is going against the First Amendment and our religions. All I have to say is don't pass this law. You're hurting children and families by doing so. Put yourself in our shoes and realize what we are going through. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, that flag over your shoulder, in God we trust. It's what our country's about. It's what it was built on, so we can raise kids to think for themselves. You each are making history right now in our country, and everybody's watching. And how you vote, the world is going to know. We will make sure of it. I am raising 5 powerful kids, so no matter what you decide, it's not going to affect them because I'm not going to let it. We don't give you that power. My kids rock, and they will continue. And I appreciate those that are making eye contact because it shows you're present and you respect. And this is about respect for our country and our soldiers that are defending our freedom. Don't go on the record as taking that away. God bless you.
Any questions or comments? Representative Hennessy.
Thank you. I just want to commend you, the courage that it takes for you to speak your truth like you did. It takes a tremendous amount of courage. Thank you.
Any others? Not thank you. Good evening. Next up is Danielle Bernos, followed by Maura Loizo.
My name is Alicia Candelora Daw, and I'm addressing you today because of my concern about HB 5044. The removal of the religious exemption, which is part of this bill, would force many parents to make healthcare decisions not based on what they and their pediatrician feel is in the best interest of their child, but knowing that their decision has a direct impact on whether or not that child will be able to attend school, which is a constitutional right. Last month, State Representative Josh Elliott of Hamden was quoted on the news as saying, "What we don't say is that you absolutely have to vaccinate your children. You just have to vaccinate them if you want them to go to school. You still have the option to just homeschool them if you want to." I would challenge those statements and say that many parents do not have the option to just homeschool. I left this morning from my house at 6:45, and it is now 10:30, 11 o'clock, I don't even know what time it is. Many of you I've seen here all day as well. I have this option because I have a spouse who is both an equal income earner and participant in our household. Simply put, I could afford to take today off. I fall into a category of parents who could just homeschool should I choose not to give my kids one or all of the vaccines on the recommended schedule. However, I have many friends and family members who are not afforded that luxury. For many of them, taking even just one day off of work would mean the difference between their child having a meal on their table at the end of the evening or a warm coat on their backs this winter. It would mean a significant amount of money out of their paycheck to pay for childcare for them to be able to attend today's hearing. Many single parents are not in a position to just homeschool and therefore will not have a choice in the matter and will be coerced into making medical decisions for their children. Coercion is not a consent and it is not a choice. When my friend who doesn't believe in giving her toddler the flu shot but does every other vaccine looks me in the eyes and says that she has no choice this upcoming school year because if she chooses not to do that, she'll have to pull her child out of school and therefore will not be able to work to provide for her, and then asks me what I'm going to do about it, I'm going to have to look her in the eye and say, I'm going to pull my kids out because I have a husband at home that can provide for us and I have the option of doing so. I want you to think about that for a second because a lot of conversations, hundreds if not thousands conversations like that will happen if this bill goes through. In a state that prides itself for being progressive and generally forward-moving, if this bill passes, it will further widen the gap between lower class, middle class, and upper class families. Because families that have the means to choose alternative schooling for their children will do that rather than giving up their medical and religious freedoms. In a state that is largely democratic, rather than working towards bridging this gap, we will be widening this gap. As you are voting, I want you to take into consideration the social implications of doing such, and I urge you to be on the right side of history when doing so.
Thank you. Are there questions? Representative Candelora.
Thank you, Alicia. Full disclosure, we are related. She's my cousin. And and full disclosure too, didn't realize her position before I had taken my position, but thank you for your testimony. I guess some political activism is in our blood. Maybe we'll see you on this side of the table someday. Thank you.
And just to be clear, I saw his identical twin brother a couple weeks ago and asked him to vote against the bill, and he said, "I'm not Vinny."
Thank you. Next up is, looks like Nikki Dietzen, followed by Derek R.
Oh yeah, just walking. Mighty fine.
Nikki Dietzen, not here? Or maybe it's, I can't tell. Derek R. Tina R. If they're related. Oh, okay.
My name is Derek Garr and I'm in 4th grade. I am here to ask you to vote no on HB 5044. I am missing my first day of school this year to come here and share with you why I'd like to stay in school. I try my hardest in school and I am kind to all of my friends. the 20 kids in my class, I have the most. School is not just about learning, but also how to treat others with kindness and respect. In a couple of years, I will be in middle school. Can't wait to play baseball and basketball, which are my two favorite sports. I've been playing baseball for 5 years and basketball for 3. Most of my friends play on my team. I do my best and have gotten an MVP award in baseball and asked to be in the All-Star game for basketball for all 3 years. Playing sports makes me feel amazing, and I won't be able to play those sports for our middle school team if I'm not allowed to go to school. And I'd be very sad if I couldn't play any more with my friends. Going to school prepares you for life. We have many different subjects in our learning skills like debating, using math for everyday life, and collaborating in groups to work together. Being in school allows me to be social with my friends and becoming more adaptable with others. It's not always easy, but I know overcoming challenges is a part of life and makes you stronger. If this bill passes, I am nervous that I won't be as smart as I would in school. I'm afraid of losing my friends and losing chances to meet new friends. I love my younger brothers and would be scared that if I was stuck at home, they would get sick of me. And I really don't want that to happen. I feel like I'm a healthy person and I have not been sick this school year, even with half of my class out this month with strep, colds, or the flu. 2 weeks ago, a girl in my class went home with the flu before morning meeting, not even 45 minutes into our day. That same afternoon, a girl in my class went home sick with a fever. Kids come to school all the time not feeling their best, sometimes coughing or even getting home with fevers, and I don't understand why I'm the one considered to be a risk to others. Please vote no and keep me in school.
Thank you for your testimony. Any part? Representative Cook has a question for you.
Is it past your bedtime?
Yes?
So I just wanted to say thank you. So I'm a mother of 4, and I love hearing the love that you have for your siblings. I hope that continues.
Yes.
And as you sit here and you talk about the things that you're afraid of, I hope you know that the people that are sitting in front of you are trying to do their very best to ensure that your future is the very best.
Yes.
And that's why we've been sitting here since 10:30 this morning. So just know that we hear you, and we will try our very best to ensure that you have everything that you need.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work, and good luck with sports.
Thank you.
Representative Clarice Dietrich.
I just want to thank you for your testimony. I'm over here. You did a great job. So I think everybody can say, it's impressive to see you at such a young age and such a late time at night being so articulate and getting your point across. And Mom, are you Tara?
Tina.
What? Tina, okay. I just want to thank you for coming and bringing your son and raising such an amazing boy. Thank you.
I think Derek is fresher than we are. Tina, you have 3 minutes as well. Do you have?
I do, yes.
Okay, please.
Thank you. I'm here today to ask you, to not vote on this bill. The most important question asked today, has anyone ever been injured by a vaccine? The undeniable answer is yes. With this bill, you are asking parents to risk injuring their children and violate their religious creeds, just to access an education, a right to which they are entitled in our Constitution. Are you as adults vaccinated for chickenpox, Hep A, Hep B, pneumonia, or meningitis? Well, guess what? Neither is most of the adults in school. Are they not a part of this magical herd I keep hearing about? You can't honestly believe it's logical to include the children sitting on the carpet or in the chairs. in this herd, and not the teachers, paras, custodians, cafeteria workers, or every single person that walks into that building. Do adults not get the measles or pneumonia? These adults are unlikely to be vaccinated for these childhood illnesses, have been, and clearly are part of this herd, skyrocketing the number of unvaccinated individuals in schools, and yet we still have no outbreaks. Let's be honest about the risk in schools. Are children that are not vaccinated more of a risk in school than kids sent in every day with fevers and illnesses because their parents can't take a day off or don't have childcare? No, these sick children sent to school every day are a direct threat to those around them, especially the immunocompromised. Children who are not vaccinated don't pose a direct threat because they simply cannot spread an illness they do not have. Do we know how many kids we'll be removing with this bill? Because from what I heard earlier, it sounds as though even the state is unsure at this point. Are we comfortable kicking them out? And what does that even look like? Will you be escorting them out of school as their friends watch? And are you going to hold an expulsion hearing for my 6-year-old who is kind to everyone and has never even sat in the take-a-break chair? On what grounds will you be expelling them? And have you thought this through to consider the emotional repercussions this will have on children? With mental health disorders in children on the rise and teenage suicide attempts doubling over the past decade, are we prepared to kick these children out and paint a target on their back? Do you honestly believe that kids won't be singled out after being in school with their friends of 5, 8, and 10 years, and then all of a sudden being homeschooled with their siblings? In a time where we are pushing for school inclusion, this bill promotes medical discrimination and segregation of school-age children. You are setting up thousands and thousands of kids for anxiety, fear, depression, insecurity, and possibly even suicide. Your support of HB 5044 says that you as a legislator support the removal of children from the schools. And when I say removal, I mean that you, the state of Connecticut, will have to remove my beautiful, healthy children from the schools they love. My religious convictions will not be altered by you voting away my constitutional freedoms. I will not comply with subjecting my children to a liability-free pharmaceutical product and death listed as a side effect because you think it's within your right to hold their education hostage. I will not withdraw my children. I do not choose to homeschool, and these are unacceptable options that violate our religious freedoms and the right to education. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Thank you for your testimony. I think it's time to bed for at least one of you.
Yes. Thank you.
Next up, we have Erica T. and Erica R. After that.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I'm here to oppose 5044. My name is Arika. I'm from Stanford, Connecticut. I am a single mother of 6 years old, currently enrolled in first grade in public school. At my work, they adjusted my hours so I can drop and pick up my child from school. I'm working part-time. Please stop this horrible bill since I won't comply if it was to get passed. This bill will put me out of work completely as I can work and homeschool my child. I can afford to pay for someone to watch my child either, so I will have to move out from state where I live for the past 24 years. I don't see any issues why things can be left the way it was before the bill. This is coercion and it's not acceptable. My child was kicked out from pediatric office, and if this bill will pass, we'll kick out also from school. However, what should be removed is vaccine mandates. Vaccines are liability-free, not safe or effective, or they last. I personally overcome some of those infections already. One person told me personally, got shingles vaccine and got shingles from the vaccine. Lyme vaccines like MMR, they shed and spread to others. I read about mumps outbreaks all the time, and majority who get it are vaccinated. One pro-vaccine nurse who checked titers for her family of 5, when her fully vaccinated daughter got mumps, said none of them was immune to rubella. And even though this nurse had 3 MMRs and had titers for mumps, she still get the mumps weeks later. Please vote no. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Questions?
Any questions? Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to thank you for coming from Stanford. I'm also from Stanford, so thank you for being here tonight and for testifying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
She'll get home before you will. Next up is Erica R., followed by, looks like Art Caleb.
Good evening. My name is Erica Ramos, and I am from Stamford, Connecticut, even though I'm originally from Bronx, New York. I am vaccinated, but I oppose this bill that's coming up. Mainly because this isn't about my generation, this is about the generation that is after mine. This is about their education, their future, and to take that away as though this is a privilege, it's not. We have the right to get our education, to have a career. Some of us to be where you're at right now, and to take that away isn't right.
Thank you. Thank you and the award for the most brief testimony, for which we are appreciative. Thank you very much. Any questions? Not? Thank you for being here. Next up is, it looks like Art Caleb, followed by Caitlin Dolan.
Really appreciate the number, the quantity of representatives today. I think it's really good. My name is Art Caleb. I do appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I have all 6 of my children here. The rest of them are down in one of the overflow rooms. I brought these up today for a little bit of an object lesson. You all look very intelligent. I know you spent a lot of time researching this issue. That being said, do any of you esteemed members of the committee know the names of any of my 6 lovely children? Do you happen to know their ages, their weights? Do you know their medical histories? How about any allergies they've had? Do you know which vaccines they've already had, and whether they've had any adverse reactions to any of them? Do you know which of them has already had chickenpox and therefore doesn't need the varicella vaccine? Do you know if they'll be likely to attend daycare or church Sunday schools or nurseries where they're much more likely to pick up a vaccine preventable disease, or whether they do not? Any of you? Do any of you on the committee know which of these girls has had a rare neurological autoimmune disease known as Guillain-Barré syndrome, GBS for short, which can be potentially fatal and also result in full body paralysis if it's not treated quickly? Did any of you know that the most authoritative sources of information on GBS issued an official position on vaccines that said, and I quote, "The decision about a former GBS patient receiving or declining a flu shot or any other immunization should be well thought out," and I end quote. My point is simply this: you don't know my child. You don't know any of my children. You don't know the risk factors. You don't know the answers to any of those questions. You never will. It's not your job. It's my job. It's my job to determine the answer to all those questions and many more. Each of those questions are very important in assessing a vaccine's value or risk to any particular child. We the parents, we know our children better than anyone else. We love them more than anyone else. We must retain the ability to make well thought out medical decisions for our own children. This religious exemption that HB 5044 seeks to remove is really the only remaining viable option many of us have open to us to exercise those well thought out decisions. Please don't pretend to know my children better than I do. Please don't insert yourself between my child and me. Please leave the religious exemption alone, these parental rights alone, please kill HB 5044 in committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I do appreciate the 3 minutes that we were given. That definitely helped.
Yes, Representative Mika.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. Thank you for coming to testify and bringing your lovely family with you. And no, I do not presume to know your family better than you. None of us do, obviously. So my only question for you is, you mentioned that if we pass this bill, it will leave you with no viable option. So I'm presuming that that includes no viable medical exemption option for your family?
That's correct. The tables that the medical community would use based on the CDC's recommendations list GBS as a precaution if it's within a certain amount of time after a vaccine, but not as a contraindication. So that officially GBS is not a contraindication, even though it's precautioned by the same company, by the CDC.
So therefore, you wouldn't be eligible for the.
Use that as a medical exemption. Couldn't get a medical exemption.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Good question.
Other questions or comments? If not, have a good evening and all 6 of your kids. Next up is Caitlin Dolan, followed by Diana Walker. You're right. I had that wrong. That would be Waller, not Walker. So is Diana Waller here if Caitlin Dolan?
Okay, good evening. I'm going to shorten it up a little bit because my kiddo has something to say. So I'm in opposition to HB 5044. As a military veteran married to a combat war veteran, I find this bill appalling. We served our country to ensure that all people had the right to live free. The issue with the removal of exemptions are many. Number one, there is no public health emergency to warrant removal of this precedent. There were 4 measles cases in 2019. The first 2 cases were strain D8 originating from outside the country. This is from a FOIA request from DPH. DPH also is withholding data regarding the 3rd and 4th case of measles as to where they originated. Those FOIAs are over 6 months old. Okay? We all know that if the additional cases of measles were contracted by an unvaccinated child, that would have been major news. If the state is seeking to remove the religious exemption to immunization, then all members of the Public Health Committee should request disease data for unvaccinated people in Connecticut over the last 10 years. I'm sure this has not happened, and unvaccinated or partially vaccinated people have not been the cause of disease outbreaks in Connecticut. Furthermore, the DPH school-by-school data is inaccurate. Also a FOIA request showing Representative Linehan to Representative Ritter that the schools were reporting this information is incorrect. You can see that all of these documents are on my online testimony. I'm going to skip the religion part that's been spoken to. I'm going to speak to the civil rights part. The bill and the removal of the religious exemption is enforcing segregation. As a mother of a biracial daughter married to an African-American man from the South, I'm in disbelief that in 2020, in Connecticut, not Mississippi, not Georgia, not Virginia, my husband and I have to explain segregation to my daughter. The definition, according to Merriam-Webster, is the separation or isolation of race, class, or ethnic group by enforced or voluntary residence in a restricted area by barriers to social intercourse and separate educational facilities or by other discriminatory means. Discrimination is the act or practice or an instance of discriminating categorically rather than individually. We moved from Virginia in 2013. In 2014 and 2015, there was a movement to remove the religious exemption by the Connecticut legislature. Then again in 2019, and now here we are in 2020. These bills are being put forth by a primarily Caucasian Democratic men using white privilege to discriminate against an entire group and class of people in Connecticut in 2020. This is history repeating itself. Our bodies are not for sale. Our religion and worship is not up for debate. There is no public health emergency, and we are yet again in a scenario where a primarily European majority is seeking to perpetrate hate and discrimination against a minority group. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Layla Waller and I'm in 4th grade. I want to stay in school because for me school is more than just a place for learning. It is a place to make friends that will help you through the tough times. And please hear me loud and clear because I am an only child, and if I am homeschooled, I will be all alone. Please vote now.
Thank you. Any Representative Hennessy?
I just want to thank you for your service for your country. You're obviously still fighting for it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Have a good evening. Still evening. Next up is Reverend Ernestine Holloway.
I know you know how to say Ernestine.
I'm just tired, that's all.
No, I'm just messing with you. I think we got time. This is how I am when I ain't yelling at you guys. My name is Ernestine Holloway, Reverend Holloway. I'm going to get a little personal and talk to you. I'm going to tell you what all the parents wouldn't tell you. I've been injured by vaccines. I have the disease that most of those kids have back there. It's called focal glomerular sclerosis with nephrotic syndrome. When I was a kid, I was in the hospital for a lot of days, months and months. I've been intubated because they couldn't figure out what it was. And what I realized, it was from the MMR shot. Because you are required, if you're going to school, and I'm clergy, and I go to school, lots of school. And I didn't realize how bad it was until I started having joint aches, and I wasn't able to walk. So in my 20s, I've had strokes and heart attacks. So when I listened today and I heard everybody say that vaccines don't hurt, I looked at them and I said, you're lying. And the reason why I know, because I'm from a family that disease from immunization and African American descent children, 5 of my uncles had it. It never became a female issue until it got to me. Don't know why. I had a cousin that's vaccine injured. She's dead. Same disease. So don't tell me vaccines don't hurt. When I can't get up in the morning and I can't walk, I know it's from the MMR shot. I also have 2 grandchildren. Well, I have 7 of them. Them boys. 3 of them. I have a daughter with 3 of them. I asked her not to give them the shots, but she's her mother's child, so you know she did what she wanted to do. And 2 of them have autism. The 3rd one doesn't have it because what I did was I did more research and I told her, spread them out. I don't care what the doctors say, give them a year apart. He doesn't have autism. So that leads me to believe on my own study that vaccines do hurt. So when you decide also that these kids aren't going to go to school, the state is going to lose the cities are going to lose a whole lot of money. Then you're going to have to pay, because I'm an advocate, I'm going to make sure you spend every penny so these kids can get educated, because that's what I do. I don't think you thought this through. And I'm not going to yell at you today because I think we all sleepy and that's just not who I am. But just remember, election is coming. You guys done messed up tolls. You done messed with the 2A pro people. You done now you're messing with the people and their children. So I'm gonna tell you, you're getting ready to interfere with the constitutional rights of people. But I'm gonna tell you this, I'm gonna be the first one to file a motion in court to stop you dead in your tracks. Because I'm tired of this. So I'm encouraging all the parents tomorrow, go to the federal court, file the paperwork, and tie this in a bow and knot. And you will never forget the parents of Connecticut.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Thank you, Reverend. Next up is Thomas Ferrier, did I have that right? Followed by C. Mar
I oppose HB 5044 to repeal the religious exemption infringes on individual freedoms afforded to American citizens in the Constitution. For the state to make decisions about children instead of parents is a disrespect to the family unit. My husband supports my 2 children and I with a business that he has had for over 3 decades, and it gives him great anxiety that he would have to move us out of state in order to give them the education in which we thrived. If the law is changed, they will not be able to attend technical high school or cosmetology school like I had, nor will they be able to go to UConn like their father, thus depriving them of the vocational skills to be a contributing member of the labor force. With all the anti-bullying messaging that is presented at school, why are our legislators bullying school children and their parents? To remove the exemption is either bullying families into taking a pharmaceutical product or bullying them out of their taxpayer-funded schools. What happens when there are no exemptions and more products are added to the schedule? And when families decide to pull their kids from school rather than comply, there may be a mass exodus from public schools, thus derailing what is a federal jobs program. I remain a registered Democrat to vote in primaries, raising the issues of bodily autonomy, religious freedoms, and parental rights. Thank you for your time and consideration. Many blessings to you all.
Thank you. Representative Hennessy.
Marcella, thank you for your testimony tonight. It's good to see you. You were here before us last year fighting, and well, it's good to see familiar faces, and thank you.
There are many familiar faces here that we've seen at the Capitol fighting, and I appreciate each and every one, and I appreciate you, Representative Hennessy.
Any other questions or comments? If not, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Next we have Tiffany Barbieri, followed by Jesse Gleason.
Hi, thank you so much. I'm really grateful for the late hours. I work 2 jobs. Oh, sorry, Tiffany Barbieri. I'm here to oppose HB 5044. And again, I'm so grateful that you are here at night. I work 2 jobs. I paid $600,000 out of pocket for my son's autoimmune disorder and autism. Fortunately, I do not have the income from pharmaceutical companies like Liz Lanigan. I come here to talk to you about the impact vaccines have had on our family. My daughter grew up with her older brother who was vaccine injured. She sank her body and brains into books. She was a good student, but after watching her brother change literally overnight with his autoimmune disorder, she became a great student. My son's autoimmune disorder nearly destroyed our family. It almost claimed my son's life as rage, attempting to kill parents and siblings, and himself are typical symptoms of the diagnosis of PANDAS. My daughter is a straight A student. She has a 4.2 GPA as a junior. She recently attended the March for Life in DC a few weeks back. Next year, she's planning on leading her group to the pro-life march. She's starting a robotics club at her school and just organized the mission statement, objective plans for action, and recruiting businesses for donations. She is running for council of our National Honor Society, and she's scheduled to take 4 AP classes and 2 ECE classes next year. And by the time she graduates, it'll be 8 AP and ECE classes she'll graduate with. She plans to attend an Ivy League school, and yes, she is a contender for valedictorian. If this law is passed, all that she's worked for will be a loss, as she will be ripped from her school, just like those babies who were ripped from their mother's womb in order to produce these vaccines. I want you to imagine how you would feel if this was your daughter, and how would you tell her she could not take the position of valedictorian at 12th grade. You want to mandate injections of vaccines. It's a medical procedure. Alabama has a bill to mandate vasectomies, also a medical procedure for males after a certain number of children or after a certain age. Forced injections include medical sterilization, just like Law 116 in 1937, which was used to sterilize Puerto Rican residents for population control. Forced injections also mean medical experiments, just like the Tuskegee experiment, where they promised free health care to poor black men with syphilis, denying them the diagnosis nor the medical intervention that they needed, allowing them to spread the disease to the community, procreating and passing it on to their offspring. Government has used Americans to control population, perform medical experiments, and now to remove the rights of the people who elected you into office. You are not doctors, you're not part of my family. My son will not be able to use a medical exemption because he does not qualify. My friends who are Democrats have vowed never to vote for Democrats again in this state. This is becoming a Nazi state, and they
I'm going to ask you to wrap up now, please.
I will continue to educate the constituents of this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Have a good evening. Next up is Jesse Gleason, followed by Elizabeth Berger.
Good evening, dear members of the Public Health Committee. My name is Jessie Gleason, and I'm here this evening to express my strong opposition to HB 5044. This bill is the first step in taking away our medical freedom. I very much value my ability to make decisions about my own health and my family's health. I do not believe the state should mandate medical products for me and my loved ones. I anxiously worry about collusion between giant pharmaceutical companies and the government. As I understand it, this bill would give the state of Connecticut the right to take away my children's ability to go to school if we do not comply with the outrageous CDC vaccination schedule. It would give the state of Connecticut the right to deny me or anyone born before 1956 the right to take college or university classes without receiving certain vaccines. It would allow the Department of Public Health to add vaccines to the schedule at any time. When I was a child in the 80s, there were only a handful of vaccines on the CDC schedule, but now there are 72. Did you know that vaccines are the #1 moneymaker for pharmaceutical companies? These are the same companies that have been prosecuted for criminal activity in creating the opioid crisis. Did you know that certain legislators pushing this bill have conflicts of interest? As such, it is outrageous that we are even allowing this gross example of government overreach. Did you know that the vaccine manufacturers in the US are completely exempt from liability? If you or a loved one are injured by a vaccine, you cannot sue the manufacturer. Instead, you'll have to go through a federal court to get compensation, a process which takes years of suffering. Did you know that the Federal Vaccine Court has currently paid out more than $4 billion in claims to vaccine-injured individuals? If you read the vaccine inserts, they will advise you of the many side effects, including ADHD, asthma, autism, even death. Many of the side effects of the vaccines are worse than the actual mild illnesses that they purport to protect from. These side effects of vaccines are not rare. In fact, children today are sicker than they have ever been in the history of our country. Please know that this is not an anti-vax or pro-vax message, but one of protecting our parental rights and freedom to choose what goes into our children's bodies. Mandated medicine is a disgrace, now and forever. This is why informed consent has been ingrained in every historical treaty time after time. There is no more basic liberty than the freedom to choose what goes inside of our bodies and our children's bodies. I strongly urge you to oppose this bill, which mandates dangerous medical interventions, putting our children's rights to an education as a form of coercion. Coercion does not equal informed consent, and the state has no right to make medical decisions for my family. In closing, these beliefs are protected under the U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, Section 1, and the U.S. Supreme Court ruling that parents have the right to parent their children, including medical decisions, without state intervention. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Good evening.
retired business. Oh, I'm Elizabeth Wasserberger. You said my name before I did, so I thought you knew it. I apologize.
Too, just to confirm.
Thank you.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind.
I'm 66 years old.
And I'm still asking for your name, ma'am.
Elizabeth Wasserberger.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm still 66 years old. A couple of minutes older, maybe, but and except for maybe a couple of demonstrations at the University of Michigan when I was there in engineering school, I've never been to a public meeting like this. So I guess you could say this issue has galvanized me along with a lot of other people. And I prepared a statement to read to you, which I probably won't do, because the one thing I didn't expect to happen today was that I would learn a lot more than I thought I already knew. I'm a chemical engineer and a retired business executive, and I thought I had researched this issue very well. I raised 2 children who are very successful people, been through public school, unvaccinated, public universities and graduate school, and I still didn't know a lot of the things that I learned today because things have changed since I was in university, obviously. But I don't look at this as a partisan issue. I don't know what affiliations all of you have with regards to Republican, Democrat, Independent, Libertarian, whatever. But you can see, as I can see, how important this is to parents from a parental rights point of view. I understand the science. I stay current in my field. I'm sure a lot of you have read up on a lot of that stuff too. But what I really underestimated was the constitutional viewpoint of this issue. And so I'm urging you to vote no. I live part-time in Wallingford. I spend a lot of time in Michigan still. But this issue is not just Connecticut. I'm seeing some of the same things happening around the country, and I think it's important that we hear each other. You've done a great job hearing people here today, and I just thank you for letting me speak and have a chance to be here today.
Thank you. I would agree with you. I think we've all learned quite a bit today. Are there other questions? If not, thank you. Good night.
Thank you.
Next up is Evangeline Kai, followed by Akeem Day. No? Akeem Day, followed by Linda DeFrancesco. Okay, Linda DeFrancesco, followed by Rabbi Michael Green. Did he testify earlier? No, she's not here. But first, Linda DeFrancesco, if she's here. Rabbi, please come up. Thank you. Thank you very much. And if you could do us a favor, can you turn up the mic right in front of you now, so we only have one on at a time?
This one?
You can use, yeah, turn that off and use the other one if you wouldn't mind, please.
This one.
How's the next one? Okay.
Musical mics. Thank you very much. My name is Michael Green. I'm an Orthodox rabbi, lecturer, and published author here in New England. I drove here twice today from Massachusetts. I have a lot of appreciation to Sir and Madam Chair and the members of the committee for being here at so late at night. This bill is unconscionable because it constitutes a grave violation of the First Amendment. If a drunk driver has the right to decline a needle stab, then surely a healthy, law-abiding citizen does as well. The claim that no religion opposes vaccination is patently false. Religion is not monolithic, and everyone is entitled to their own moral, ethical, or philosophical beliefs. But that aside, I'm here today to represent Judaism, the world's original Abrahamic faith. Judaism strictly prohibits the current vaccine policy. The use of aborted fetal DNA constitutes a grave desecration of the sanctity of human life, a violation of the Noahide laws, the universal code of morality of Genesis chapter 9. Do not believe the so-called experts who claim that Judaism supports vaccination. These people are unlearned and unfamiliar with and are misrepresenting Judaism. I corresponding with rabbis, with Orthodox rabbis throughout the country, and many here in Connecticut. Not one single rabbi endorsed the mandatory vaccine policy. not one single rabbi endorsed hepatitis B vaccine. Instead, they all agreed to me behind closed doors that it's against the Jewish faith to subject one's young child to it, since there's no significant risk factor that would justify the injection, which is a violation of Deuteronomy 14 in chapter 4, verse 15. So you might be wondering, why aren't the rabbis of Connecticut here protesting today? Well, I'll tell you. Rabbis are fearful of anti-Semitism. You might call it generational PTSD. Rabbis are afraid of Jews and their communities being blamed for disease, as was done to Jews historically throughout the Middle Ages in Nazi Germany and still today in the Arab media. So consequently, many rabbis are silent on the vaccine policy, even though it goes against their better conscience. But I'm here to tell you the truth. Judaism does not endorse the current vaccine schedule. Moreover, the fact that it's mandatory is an assault on the very concept of religion, that a human being is subordinate only to one's divine creator. In effect, every religion supports religious exemption. But you might ask, what about the alleged benefits of vaccination to society? Well, number one, herd immunity is not a biblical value and has zero basis in Judaic law. I am responsible for my child's health only, and not for some statistical or theoretical health of a so-called herd. Yes, there is mutual responsibility for a community, but not at the cost of risk to oneself or one's child, even the slightest risk. Every single vaccine carries a risk. That is an undisputed fact. The Supreme Court ruled in 2010 that vaccines are unavoidably unsafe. But even if there is societal benefit to vaccination, the ends do not justify the means. We cannot claim to be trying to benefit the majority by persecuting the minority and usurping their First Amendment rights to religious freedom and bodily autonomy. We may not discriminate against healthy children simply because they're staying true to their family's moral, ethical, or philosophical values. These children pose a danger to no one. That is a scientific fact, and everyone knows it. This has nothing to do with keeping anyone safe, but only about unjustly enforcing an unjust policy. Hepatitis B is the proof. Education is a right. We cannot deny a child an education. Stop Bill HB 5044. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rabbi. I do have to comment, it's quite possible that you made an erroneous statement based upon the fact that you hail from Massachusetts. I will tell you there are rabbis throughout the state of Connecticut that support this bill. The rabbi in my congregation supports this bill and is getting signatures from other rabbis across the state of Connecticut. So I really don't think you can reasonably say you're speaking on behalf of Judaism or all the rabbis in the state of Connecticut. I'd be glad to acquaint you with that information when I receive it, but I hope you understand that I fundamentally disagree with your statement with regard to Judaism's position on this, because you certainly do not speak for all the rabbis in the state of Connecticut.
May I reply? I actually meant, your point is well taken. I made it very clear I'm speaking about Orthodox rabbis, and I've spoken to hundreds of them, many in Connecticut. I have an open challenge to rabbis throughout the world. Not one leading authoritative Orthodox rabbi has stepped forward to endorse the hepatitis B vaccine or HPV vaccine. Not one. So as of right now, I have to conclude that Orthodox Judaism is opposed to the mandatory vaccine schedule.
Thank you for that clarification. I was confused when you said you were speaking on behalf of all Judaism.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Orthodox Judaism. I'm sorry.
Are there other questions or comments? Thank you for your time, Rabbi. Thank you for traveling down here twice in one day.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Brendan Grant, followed by Jody McAllister.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Brendan Grant and I live in Killingly, Connecticut. I am in firm opposition to HB 5044. The right to peaceably practice one's faith is the most fundamental pillar of freedom in this nation, and according to Connecticut state law, I do not need to identify myself with any organized religion. My faith and spirituality are my own to keep. I believe I'm going to touch upon a subject that has yet to be talked about today. My wife and 3 children and I are passionate vegans. We support an ecologically sustainable future for this planet. We believe that a plant-based organic diet is the healthiest way for us to eat. We do not support animal cruelty or factory farming. This has been an enlightening journey for us over the last few years. We have found ourselves spiritually reconnected with nature, and our moral compass has never felt stronger. This is our creed, our set of beliefs which guide our actions and decisions. We do not consume animal products of any kind, and that includes animal products contained within vaccines. There is no such thing as a vegan vaccine. This is not an abuse of the religious exemption. This is an application of our right to peacefully exercise our faith. If the state treats this in any other way, then it is discrimination against our First Amendment rights. Why should vegans be discriminated against when it comes to vaccines? Veganism is one of the fastest growing movements on the planet. It's not going anywhere. This bill not only promotes discrimination, it also promotes segregation, invasion of privacy, and an erosion of our most basic and essential rights as humans and American citizens to religion and education. This bill is drastically and dangerously short-sighted, and there is no substantiation for its existence. I testify on behalf of my family to say that we do not consent to this medical tyranny that is being fueled by a corrupt and criminally convicted industry that lacks all sense of transparency and liability for its vaccines that the state is trying to mandate to our children. If you compromise the Bill of Rights, then you dissolve the very foundation upon which the Union stands. The preservation of individual liberty should never be trampled or outweighed by political interests, media propaganda following pharma's narrative, unlawful censorship, and forced compliance. My wife and I already homeschool our children, but we are here today with our children in solidarity and support for everyone here who is also in opposition, because if you pass this bill, then who suddenly becomes the next health threat? Homeschoolers? Adults? I will finish by stating that there is no public health emergency in Connecticut. The only emergency that needs to be addressed is the attempt to dismantle our constitutional rights. I urge this committee to please stop this bill and to preserve the integrity of the Constitution that you swore an oath to protect when you took office in our proud state. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And that your kids are staying up till late. Representative Hennessy?
I've been like having heart palpitations all day long with the testimony that's been presented, and definitely yours. But I think the greatest testimony that is presented is your children, and your children and the children of other parents that have come up. The beauty and the love that surrounds them is so beautiful.
Thank you.
And thank you for testifying.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Next up would be Jody McAllister, followed by Shannon.
Come on.
Thank you. Jody here? Jody McAllister? No? Then I guess you're up, Shannon.
Hello, my name is Shannon Gamache, and I'm also on the Board of Ed in Ashford. Land of the free, home of the brave. This is the land I'm trying to save. I thought this was America, free to make my own choices. But we're doing so much talking, we're losing our voices. Our state constitution says education for all, but now I'm sitting here and you have the gall to discriminate against us by religion and creed. I'm asking if it's forced, are we really free? You may disagree, but you're holding education hostage. My kids deserve opportunities, not bondage. I'm living in fear from pharma coercing to inject us, and I'm asking dear legislators, please protect us. Most of our children were hurt by a company who accepts no blame, yet you're trying to pass laws that incite shame. Doctors continue to dismiss what should be hitting them like a fist. A sharp increase in allergies, asthma, encephalitis, and autoimmunity is what's happening based on an unproven theory of herd immunity by vaccinating the many, but we still see outbreaks in groups that have plenty. That's called vaccine failure, not failure to vaccinate. Pharma needs to stop selling lies and stop selling hate. Christian, Muslim, atheist, or Jew, freedom of religion doesn't belong to the few. I don't know of one religion that advocates harming kids, and that's the religion we all claim. Now hear this. Follow New York and California watching mothers arrested, all for a medical procedure they contested. 100,000 healthy children kicked out so far after the beginning of classes, and all of this is seen as necessary to protect the masses. Parents and children being harassed against openly. And legislators, I'm telling you, we will not bend the knee. No matter how hard you try to force us to comply, we get up each day and renew our battle cry, and pray for the strength to keep fighting against tyranny, because your laws will not change our most precious beliefs. that our bodies are sacred, holy, and perfectly created. We're not lacking aluminum, formaldehyde, or mutated, viruses, bacteria, cells from a dog, caterpillar, or yes, even baby. You cannot inject these things and say they were used safely. Not one manufacturer has used a saline placebo. I shouldn't have to tell you that your answer should be no. No more corporate lies, greed, misrepresenting, and falsifying information. Where is the vaccinated versus unvaccinated study we're begging for in this nation? Until you ask yourself these same questions and prove to us the need, we won't back down, we won't comply, and we won't concede. Please ask me about my son in trade school. I have something to say about that.
Thank you. This is probably the first testimony I've heard in Brian.
Thank you.
Representative Hennessy?
I have a unique perspective.
Tell us about your son in trade school.
Okay, so my oldest son is in trade school. I haven't heard anyone really bring up this point a lot yet. He was actually homeschooled until 8th grade, and then he went into the public school system. He's an honors student. He has never been absent, except, well, actually he was absent once, and then today he was absent to come here. He did have to leave. He couldn't testify. But he's in trade school. He worked extremely hard to get his particular trade that he wanted, which was masonry. Out of the 200 students that enter as freshmen, 18 get each of the slots, whether it's plumbing or collision repair or masonry. And masonry is the #1 pick in the entire school. And he worked so hard at high honors to get that, and he got that pick. Some kids don't even get their 2nd or 3rd picks, they get their 4th. I cannot homeschool masonry. If I was lucky enough to find an apprenticeship for my son for masonry, he can only work for maybe someone who does concrete pouring or concrete stamping or bricklaying or tiling. People specialize. The opportunity to go to school for 4 years will give him a broad education in all of those areas. I cannot set up an apprenticeship for my son if I take him out of school, if he has to be pulled out of school because of child labor laws. He will not be able to apprentice during the day because he's not allowed to. And on the weekends when he's free or in the evenings, these people who do this trade will not be working. And so I'll have to put off my son's pursuit of happiness and his education for years until he'll be able to pursue that. But most likely what will happen is we will absolutely move out of this state so that he can continue his pursuit of his dreams.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hopefully that won't happen.
Hopefully.
Thank you. Next up is Colby Tortura, followed by Jamie Bailey.
Public Health Committee, thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for staying late to hear us all out. I want to start by saying my name is Colby. I'm from Fairfield County. I am a pediatric nurse. I'm a wife. I'm a mother. And I am pleading with you to please vote no to House Bill 5044. First and foremost, I want to say that I am speaking based on my own beliefs. I do not represent my employer, and I'm not here to give any medical advice. I'm a pediatric nurse, but I'm also a Christian. I love my job, and I treat my patients as if they were my own. I also do my best to follow the principles of the Bible and rely on the leading of the Holy Spirit in every aspect of my life, including health decisions. And I cannot stay silent on this issue. For background, I do have a bachelor's of science in nursing, and I'm also a certified pediatric nurse. I work in multiple patient care areas in pediatrics, including the emergency department. I'm on the front lines of this movement. I live this. I see this day in and day out. I understand firsthand how scary it is for a parent to have to bring their sick child to the hospital. I also see firsthand parents of unvaccinated children who are scared to bring their child to the hospital for fear of judgment or repercussion. No one wants to see a child sick, and I know we're all here for the best interest of children, but I also know that as a mother that no one has better interest for my child than myself. As I said, I can only speak to what I have seen myself over the years of my career as a pediatric nurse. One thing I want to emphasize is that over my entire nursing career, I had never heard of VAERS. I was never taught about it in nursing school. I've never been instructed on how to fill out a report for VAERS, and I've never seen one filled out. I just recently became aware that healthcare professionals are required by law to report any adverse effect that has occurred within a certain designated time frame of receiving a vaccine. Not saying the vaccine caused it, but just for data to report any adverse reaction within that time frame. And I know it was mentioned earlier how well this system works. including underreporting, and because of these limitations, determining causal associations between vaccines and adverse events from VAERS reports is usually not possible. And also, according to the 2006 Harvard Medical Study funded by the Department of Health and Human Services, less than 1% of vaccine injuries are reported to VAERS. I say this just to reinforce that where there is risk, there must be choice and consent. And also to quote the Representative Casagrande, I might be mispronouncing that, who was here earlier when he was asked why vaccine manufacturers cannot be held liable for vaccine injuries. He said, things won't always be perfect and there will always be risk. If there is even a small risk of a reaction, parents should be given the full information and then be able to make the decision themselves, just like with any other medication or treatment. Also, as a Christian, it is a driving issue for me that there is aborted fetal tissue used in the development and ingredients of vaccines. One specific example is the M5 ingredient from a 14-week aborted baby boy that's in MMR, chickenpox, Hep B, and shingles. As someone who has seen a 14-week-old prematurely born fetus that is 14 weeks, that is a fully formed child. That is a life. That child does not have a voice and should be protected. Their remains are still.
Can I ask you to sum up, please?
I'm sorry, what?
The bell went off. If you could sum up.
Oh, I'm so
please.
sorry. Yeah. So just to say that that this is a religious issue. The aborted fetal tissue for many, and it just seems like diversity and inclusion stop when it comes to vaccine status, and it should not be so. As a Christian nurse and mother, I just urge you to please vote no to this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions or comments? Not? Have a good morning, I guess we can say now.
Thank you.
Next up, Jamie Bailey, followed by Liz C.
Hi, my name is Jamie Bailey and I strongly oppose Bill HB 5044. These are my daughter's medical records. She will be 3 in March. This is the reality of it. I mean, this should not be acceptable in any way, shape, or form. My daughter was born in March of 2017. Right after birth, she was given the Hep B vaccine. The Hep B vaccine contains 250 micrograms of aluminum. In 2005, the FDA put a cap on the amount of aluminum allotted intravenously injected in a day at hospitals. The cap is 25 micrograms. So a newborn baby is given 10 times the amount of aluminum deemed safe by the FDA. At 8 days old, my daughter had skin rashes on the right side of her face, her arms, and her legs. On May 19th of 2017, she got the DTaP, the Hib, the polio, pneumococcal, and rotavirus. Hours later, she had hemangioma. I can't say that word right, I apologize. It's basically a buildup of blood vessels on or under the skin. My daughter has had chronic ear infections from a very young age. Due to this, July of 2018, she had to have tubes put in both of her ears. She was delayed with walking and talking. So shortly after her 12-month appointment, she had birth to 3 services put into place. She got speech and physical therapy. In May of 2019, we were administered the ADOS test, and they diagnosed her as being on the spectrum for autism. So that was a very hard thing. Later, we found out that she had drusen and swelling of the optic nerve from heavy antibiotic use from all the chronic ear infections. She has a posterior tongue tie. She has microbiome issues, gluten, dairy, and egg sensitivities, behavior issues, and MTHFR, which I know was touched on a couple of times earlier. MTHFR affects your ability to detox, so I don't understand why I should be comfortable having her vaccinated knowing she can't detox all of the aluminum and all of the adjuvants in those vaccines. And she does not qualify for a medical exemption, which I think is just absolutely insane. This goes way beyond pro-vax and anti-vax. This is about our constitutional right to religion without fear of segregation and persecution. It is about our right to parent our children without the government interfering and telling us how to do it. I ask you, not as our legislators, I ask you as parents and grandparents to make the right choice and to protect our freedom of religion and parenting and, you know, my child, my choice. And that's it.
Thank you. Any comments, questions? Thank you for telling your story. Have a good morning. Next up is Liz C, followed by Elise P.
Good morning. My name is Elizabeth and I'm from Farmington. Thank you, senators and representatives, for allowing me the opportunity to oppose HB 5044 and for your thoughtful concern for the health and well-being of all Connecticut residents. I am a health professional in private practice, but started my career working in sales in the pharmaceutical industry. Our 3 babies were vaccinated according to the CDC's mandates. Not once did a physician ever offer a package insert or inform us of the possible ramifications that might occur. They all experienced asthma, which is in most of the vaccine package inserts, as a potential reaction. When they got older and I did start to question the ingredients in Gardasil and the deaths and injuries that were being reported, our pediatrician screamed at me in front of my son. Another pediatrician at another sports mandated yearly physical said to our son, you know, once you turn 18, you don't have to listen to your mother anymore, and you can make your own medical decisions. Imagine my devastation at such an absurd statement coming from a doctor who we trusted with our children's lives for 20 years. What motivation would make a smart, caring physician say something so appalling to his young, impressionable patient? Here's the part of my testimony that I hope you will remember as you're deciding on this bill. When our daughter was born, my father was in the hospital near death, suffering from leukemia. He was subsequently treated with chemotherapy and was immunocompromised for many years that followed. When I took her for a well visit, when she was due for some of the mandated vaccinations, I mentioned that my father was immunocompromised to the doctor and that I was concerned about the shedding. The pediatrician's response was, don't let this baby near her grandfather for 3 weeks. I followed this advice and it devastated my dad. After that, I became more relaxed around my father as his condition deteriorated because I wanted him to spend as much time as possible with his grandchildren. When one of our children got the chicken pox vaccine, my father developed shingles and was in horrific pain for months, and he had been vaccinated against shingles. I blame myself for not being more careful, but he so desperately wanted to see his grandchildren. So you see, it is the vaccinated person that threatens the immunocompromised, not the other way around. Many vaccines shed the disease they are supposedly given to prevent. Obviously, my pediatrician knew this. My experience, both as a pharmaceutical executive and as a mother, makes me extremely skeptical about the intentions of the pharmaceutical industry. Of course, everyone wants healthy and safe children, but that has to be balanced with parental rights and our freedom to choose how to best protect our children. 2 more sentences, please. I honestly empathize with parents of immunocompromised children, but if those children are in public places, there's no way to totally protect them. My father's doctor told him if he was exposed to and caught the common cold, he could die. You can't vaccinate against the common cold, and there is no law preventing parents from sending their child to school with a cough or a cold or a sore throat or a fever. Not yet, anyway. It happens every day.
Okay.
Any questions?
I'll ask that too. Any questions? Representative D'Amico.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Beth, thank you for coming and being patient, sitting through hours and hours of testimony.
Thank you all, too.
And I appreciate the efforts that you have made to educate me over months and years on this and other issues. So, thank you.
Welcome. You don't have a question?
I think my fellow committee members would be upset if I asked too many questions, but thank you.
Oh, Representative, that's what we're here for. If you have a question, we encourage you. Speak for all of us. All right. Speaking for myself, too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for being here so early.
Next up is Elise P, followed by Stephanie O'Brien.
Elise had to leave.
Okay, thank you. So, Stephanie O'Brien.
I have 3 healthy, beautiful children. We have lived our whole lives in Connecticut and plan to raise our children here. I am here today to beg you to oppose HB 5044. My husband served 4 active years in the military with 2 tours overseas as a United States Marine. His military service, after his military service, he became a police officer. We both believe in what America has always stood for, liberty for all. My husband has spent much of his life protecting, serving, and most importantly, fighting for our freedom. How is it that we are now fighting ourselves to preserve our religious freedoms, our parental rights, and our children's right to a public education? My husband and many others like him have fought for freedom time and time again. For this bill is completely and utterly disrespectful to veterans that have sacrificed so much. To say that we have the choice to homeschool is unacceptable. My oldest daughter loves school, and her sister is so excited to join her next year. If this bill passes, they will be heartbroken. How will I explain to a 3- and 4-year-old sorry. How will I explain this to a 3- and 4-year-old? I should not have to be forced to homeschool my children. I do not think it is fair that the government can potentially rob my children of the opportunity to attend a trade school. This is something that I cannot provide in a homeschool setting. I testified on May 13th of last year and told the story of my daughter Cora's vaccine reaction. Representative Liz Linehan said that cases like Cora's was the prime reason we have medical exemptions. Shortly after the hearing, I made an appointment to meet with Cora's pediatrician, even though he documented a severe reaction after her immunizations. He said that she would not qualify for a medical exemption. After witnessing my daughter's reaction, I cannot possibly inject her or her siblings who share their genetic makeup with another vaccine. I will not stand idle, and I will wait to see if they will have a reaction similar or worse to Cora. What mother would knowingly put her child in danger at the whim of the state? Why am I being discriminated against for protecting my children? Why should I have to claim anything religious or medical to say no to medical products? If Cora becomes permanently injured, will you bear the burden emotionally and financially? Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Cook.
Thank you for being here. And I just have one question for you. You said the doctor would not provide the medical exemption. Did he give you a reason, or she give you a reason as to why?
He said that he couldn't do it. He said that he would work with me to figure out a schedule that works for my daughter Cora, so she could still go to school. But the bigger issue here is that even if I were to get a medical exemption for Cora, I don't want to put my children in harm's way again. And nobody should have to have an injured child to make the decision to not vaccinate. Anyone
else? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here so late.
Next up is Jessica Yu, followed by Andrea D.
emotional, and it's about the data. The whole impetus of this bill, which aims to remove the religious exemption right now, is not because of an emergency or a public health crisis, but because of the possibility of one in the future. The DPH released vaccination data that shows an increase in the use of the religious exemption from one year to the next and dangerous pockets of low vaccination rates. I've poured over the numbers like children's lives depend on it because frankly, they do. The data I've used is from the DPH immunization surveys and the Department of Education student enrollment numbers for the 2018-2019 school year. But unfortunately, there are many flaws in the data. Using the supplied data and getting less than one child with an RE or percentages of a child means the data was incorrect. Enrollment was less than 30 students and yet data was still supplied. Schools with only pre-kindergarten students were used in the K through 12 numbers. And there's missing statistics for schools like New London High School, which has 659 students. For public schools, the increase from last year to the previous year is an average of one religious exemption per school, just one. The increase was 1,526 religious exemptions, and there are 1,511 public schools in Connecticut. The amount to increase of that amounts to an increase of one religious exemption in every public school, just one in every public school. Dangerous pockets are a measuring artifact and created by classifying any child who has less than all required vaccines as exempt, while ignoring that one student with an RE makes a much greater impact in a small school. Let's compare two schools that have one RE each. The private school, All Nations Christian Academy in New Haven, has 24 students. Their data shouldn't have been released because there are fewer than 30 students, but even raising that number to 30, for the sake of the argument, one student with a religious exemption accounts for an exemption rate of 3.3%. The public school, Crosby High School in Waterbury, has 1,162 students. One student with a religious exemption accounts for an exemption rate of 0.1%. One student has a 97% greater impact in the small school versus this larger one. What about in a school like Danbury High School, which has the highest enrollment with 3,086, versus a school like Fusion Academy in Fairfield, which only has 6 kids? One student would have a 55,466% greater impact on the RE rate in the smallest school in Connecticut versus the largest, but it's still only one child. I also analyzed the data for the non-public schools, but there's no public state available database to get the private school enrollment. So I literally went to each and every private school's data to find their numbers.
I don't think we can just leave you there. I need to know what those numbers are.
Okay. So non-public schools fit mostly into 3 categories: religious schools and schools with low enrollment rates, like Montessori, Waldorf, or specialized schools. It makes sense that religious schools would have some of the highest religious exemption rates. Let's talk about 95%. When discussing the impact of the RE on schools, we should be calculating it as 100 minus the RE rate. Vaccination rates that are lower, that cannot be attributed to the religious exemption alone. 96.88% of Connecticut school children attend a school with less than 5% religious exemptions. Please do not remove the religious exemption based on statistics that were manipulated to seem as damaging as possible. The 25% increase you hear about on the news is an increase of only 0.5% for kindergarten religious exemption rates. 7th grade only increased by 0.1, and the overall rates for all grades increased by 0.3, or an average of 1 student per public school. I also included in my upload 37 pages of the data for you guys to look over.
I guess we'll read that with the 10,000 studies that we're supposed to be up on as well. Senator Anwar.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I think the numbers that you're showing are of great value, and there are about 40 pages or so of your testimony. I will, in a second, give you my card because I want to look at the data, and I have a question that I would have, and I saw that there's no contact information in your testimony, so I wanted to connect with you after that.
Okay.
Thank you.
No problem.
Any other questions or comments? Thank you for taking the time to do not only the data analysis, but the extra work of going around to the various school sites.
Yeah, it's many, many, many hours.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Maloney, and I live in Greenwich, Connecticut. And I strongly oppose Bill HB 5044. Just like prescription drugs, vaccines are commercial pharmaceutical products that carry a risk that one, the vaccine product will sometimes fail to work, and two, a risk that vaccines will sometimes cause harm. However, unlike prescription and over-the-counter drugs, manufacturers of vaccines and the doctors who administer these vaccines have no liability when a person is injured or dies after being given a vaccine licensed by the FDA. The 1986 National Childhood Vaccine Injury Act acknowledged that federally licensed and state-mandated vaccines can and do unpredictably cause injury and death. In 2011, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that vaccines are unavoidably unsafe and effectively removed all liability from drug companies, even if there is evidence that a vaccine could have been made safer. Finally, in a series of reports, the Institute of Medicine affirmed that scientific evidence demonstrated that vaccines can cause injury and death, and that some people are genetically, biologically, and environmentally at a higher risk for being harmed. When liability-free pharmaceutical products can cause injury and death, especially when some people are biologically more susceptible to suffering harm, protection of the human right to informed consent, which is the permission that a patient gives to undergo a medical procedure after they've been clearly educated on the purpose, benefits, and potential risks of the medical intervention, as well as the protection of the fundamental human right to bodily autonomy, become very important. The legal right to exercise flexible medical, religious, and conscientious exemptions to vaccination ensures that human rights are protected in public health policies. The elimination of the religious exemption to mandatory vaccination would result in the use of the constitutionally protected right to a free public education as coercion to force certain constituents to undergo medical procedures that conflict with their religious beliefs. Connecticut lawmakers are obligated to protect the religious freedom of all constituents unless there is substantial proof that a compelling state interest exists to warrant burdening this freedom. There is no state emergency in the state of Connecticut regarding infectious disease. However, there is a public health crisis in Connecticut and in the nation of chronic autoimmune disease and chronic neurologic disease that deserves significant recognition and attention. I urge you to oppose Bill HB 5044.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you for your testimony this evening. Next up.
Abby Beal. Is Abby here? Chris Goetz. No. Marcia Sismonic. Is it Monica? I can't read the writing, I'm sorry. Thank you for recognizing your mispronounced name.
All right. So thank you so much for
Can
staying
you
so late.
pronounce your name for the record?
Certainly. It's Monica Shimonik. So my name is Monica Shimonik, and I live in Glastonbury, and I have a 13-year-old son with a vaccine injury. His vaccine injury led him to be classified as legally disabled, and as a result of being legally disabled, he is protected under the American with Disabilities Act. He is also in special education, and interestingly, I take him to medical specialists to manage his vaccine injury and to treat his vaccine injury, but none of these medical specialists can write a medical exemption for him. So I find that kind of ironic that the very people who are treating the vaccine injury can't write medical exemptions under Connecticut law. So the problem with this bill, aside from what I just spoke about, is that if this bill passes, my 13-year-old son is going to be moving out of state without me because I have other children. He's going to be moving out of state to a place where his religious exemption is recognized, so that he can finish his education. And the most important aspect of his education, in my opinion, liabilities on society and depend on taxpayer revenue to live. There's another group here today, the Disability Agency of Connecticut. There's people that are 29 years old finally getting housing after being on the waiting list for 12 years. So I don't want my child being one of those kids, so I'm going to be sending him out of state to go to a school so he can finish his education and have a chance at actually supporting himself. And that just absolutely breaks my heart to send my son out of state. I can't even wrap my mind around that. And the other big gaping hole in this legislation is that what happens when a parent has more than one child and one of those children are immunocompromised receiving chemotherapy. The other child who is not immunocompromised, not receiving chemotherapy, that parent is now going to be forced to inject live virus vaccine into the sibling of the immunocompromised child, and they're going to be exposing the cancer patient to a live virus vaccine in their own home. What if they share a bedroom? That's a disaster. So oftentimes we are using religious exemption simply to protect kids who don't want to be exposed to live virus vaccines through shedding. So that's a giant hole in this legislation. Back to the American with Disabilities Act. Under the second prong of the American with Disabilities Act, oh, that was really fast.
It does go by quickly. Yeah. Any questions or comments? Representative Zuckus?
Thank you. I would like for you to finish, and I do have a question for you, but would you just complete what you were saying?
Certainly. Under the second prong, I'm an ADA advocate. One of my jobs. Under the second prong of the American with Disabilities Act, the state institutions cannot discriminate somebody with a disability. Now, whether your disability is from a vaccine injury or from a car accident, wherever your disability comes from is irrelevant. If you are limited in one or more activities of daily living, you are automatically qualified as legally disabled. A disability under the ADA is a legal term, it's not a medical term. So if a person is limited in one or more activities of daily living, they are automatically protected under the American with Disabilities Act. What this legislation does is it protects immunocompromised individuals who are receiving cancer treatments. It does not protect the other segment of the people that are protected under the ADA, which is vaccine-injured kids. What it does is it elevates, it actually segments a protected class under the 14th Amendment. It segments a protected class and says, we're going to acknowledge that vaccines will hurt you, you're going to get protection under this law, but you, this population who would also be hurt by more vaccines, are not protected under this law, and that violates the American with Disabilities Act, and I believe it opens Connecticut up for a class action lawsuit, which would be very expensive.
So can you tell me, your son, 13, why can he not get a medical exemption?
His pediatrician said that the expense and the logistical nightmare of creating a long paper trail of appointments and things like that would be expensive and cost prohibitive. And he says, why don't you just claim a religious exemption? This was when my son was 18 months old. I regret that I actually paid attention to the pediatrician and did that. I wish I had just pursued the paperwork to create that paper trail that I need.
So if this bill passes, you will have no outlet for your son to be exempt.
Correct. He's missing 2 boosters, and that's another flaw in this bill. This bill assumes that every kid with a religious exemption has no MMR vaccines. It's not true. My son has had 2. He's missing 2 boosters, and he will be kicked out of school for missing 2 boosters. To answer your question, there's no recourse. There's no way I could get a medical exemption because the people who are treating him can't write them.
So, well, I sure hope that doesn't happen to your son. Thank you.
All set? Senator Summers, did you have to say?
Yeah, I would like to speak to the paper trail that you're talking about, and why. I mean, we've heard this repeatedly throughout the evening. Now, we've been told by the commissioner that this isn't true, that no, pediatricians or clinicians
severe eczema. So because the doctor, again, I do have a very robust paper trail. It's just that it's not from the correct doctor. It's from a different kind of doctor. But I don't know the answer to that question. All I know is that his pediatrician just sent to file for a religious exemption. He says it's so much easier. You just go get it notarized and you're done. And that, at that time, this was 10 years ago, it just seemed like the most reasonable response. And it does, my religion also doesn't allow me to hurt my child, so it made logical sense to just go that route rather than go through the logistical nightmare of getting a medical exemption. I personally don't know what I would have to do to get one at this point. My son is actually healthy, but that's because I've been managing his injury. So he would have to get unhealthy again for me to even start documenting again.
No, I'm not really sure that's accurate. I can't say either way. I don't know what kind of doctor that your son is seeing now. That's really none of our business. But this bill would follow the CDC guidelines. I just went through them on the table that shows if you have had a severe reaction, that would be something that would be used as a medical exemption. And supposedly this bill is going to create another category, which a clinician would have more leeway to document. That will be reviewed by a board. So I just wanted to mention that to you.
I don't know if it would go retroactive
It
though.
seems very complicated. I don't think that the language is thought out well as far as exactly what you said tonight. You have an injured child or an autoimmune suppressed child. The other child gets vaccinated with a live virus that sheds. It's complicated. And we've heard that repeatedly from parents that have more than one child. So I want to thank you for bringing your story to us, and I'm sure we're going to have a lot more questions as the morning continues. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any questions or comments? Thank you very much for your time. Next we have Jay Wellnoff, maybe?
My name is Jay Wolkoff. I'd like to defer my talk to my esteemed colleague, Dr. Forrest Roper.
Of course, thank you. I just ask that when you're done testifying, make sure the clerk has your name.
Absolutely.
And can you introduce yourself when you sit down? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dr. Cora Stover. I'm a naturopathic doctor. I'm going to start with my story. So, I was about 21 years old and I was getting ready to go to Europe. So I went off to my doctor and I got my shots. About a month later, I couldn't walk for 4 weeks. And from there, I went to numerous doctors. And, was never discussed VAERS. Was never discussed could it be recent vaccination. Nothing of that sort. It was just everything was, well, you have a back issue, it's going on, and you have this going on here, this is all very sudden, and inflammation. That was basically it. Speed forward, I go to college, and 1 year into my last year, I get a flu shot, and I send myself off to med school. And in that first year of med school, I couldn't remember my name to write on my papers. Pretty serious. I was diagnosed with an autoimmune condition that still leaves its mark on me today. Speed forward, I go to med school. I continue my process, even though I'm having severe mental issues, and nobody is discussing theirs with me yet. So, out of all those doctors that I had seen, theirs is not discussed. I had to go to medical school to find out what the hell theirs is. What about all these parents? How did they figure it out? It's not discussed.
Today, I'm seeing children being kicked out of their pediatrician offices. For what? For non-vaccination. We have this false belief that we cannot cure ourselves. We have this false belief that we cannot handle a fever. We have a false belief that vaccines are the only thing that are going to cure us. And I'm going to tell you, it's wrong. Pasteur, he is our father of microbiology. He came up with this theory that microbes cause disease. Later in his life, he said, microbes don't cause disease. They're a product of it. I was wrong. Beecham, you were right. Beecham came up with that idea. He studied that process, that logic. Bergey's manual as a volume of 5 volumes discussing all viruses, all bacteria that we've known are known to us and are all their living conditions. If we can figure out what their living conditions are, we can manipulate their systems. We can change things up.
I'm sorry, that was your time. Is there anything you want to say in conclusion?
Yes, please. Ask me about aluminum.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments? Representative Betts?
I'll bite. What about
Thank you. So, I heard a lot of parents talking about aluminum and kidneys. Aluminum is nephrotoxic, meaning that it's toxic to the kidneys. It also has an affinity to the brain, nervous tissue.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Senator Summer?
So we heard you speak about bars and that the fact that clinicians don't discuss it or they're not willing to, I guess, discuss it with their patients. Do you think that regardless of what happens with this bill, that when a parent goes in and speaks to the pediatrician who then says it's time for this vaccine, that there should be a full consensual conversation about the pros and the cons of the vaccine, including the information on vaccine injury and the VAR system? Should that be disclosed to the patient, to the parent at the time of the discussion concerning vaccines?
What you're speaking of is called informed consent, and absolutely that should be before any treatment. We do informed consent before we provide transplants.
My husband's a clinician and he has made it very clear to me that he cannot draw blood without consent. So
yeah.
That's something that we've heard repeatedly today, that when parents take their child to a pediatrician or a clinician, many of the times it's okay, it's time for your shot, for your vaccination, and actually the nurse is the one doing the injection. So that's something that's been pretty clear to me, that there has not been what I would consider a precise, really informed consent conversation going on with parents, with the doctor. Maybe that's the way things were taught, I'm not sure, but I would like to get your opinion on that, something that should be happening, and that should also include a discussion on vaccine injuries, what to look for, etc.
Ask me about measles and lactobacillus.
Any other questions or comments? Representative Hennessy?
I have a question about the vaccine and
Lactobacillus. So measles, as we all know, is an upper respiratory. It's spread by droplets. It's very contagious. Lactobacillus is a probiotic. We first achieve it through passage of the vaginal canal when we are born, and starts the process. From being born, the bacteria migrate from the skin into our mouths, into our respiratory tracts, and throughout our whole body. It starts what's called seeding. Lactobacillus is it takes up all the seeds so that measles can't attach basically to the surfaces. So I want you to take a good look around and see all the seeds behind me. And if you notice, there might be a couple seats open or a lot of seats open this time of day. And you can think of that as a person's susceptibility. So when we think of a person's susceptibility, we have to consider, are they at risk of getting a disease or not? If all the seats are full behind me, they are at a less risk, a less susceptibility than somebody whose seats are completely empty. Thank you.
So does that mean that cesarean births lack this?
They do, but that doesn't mean that that is an end all. There's a new situation called seeding where you can take vaginal secretions and secrete them onto the child where they will start to do the same process.
Okay. I'm sure that's not done.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or comments? Thank you very much for your time. And again, please check in with the clerk so they have your correct name.
Okay.
Thank you. Amanda Craven. Amanda Craven.
Hi, thank you for staying so late today. My name is Amanda Craven. I live in Suffield. I'm a mom. Today I'm going to read the testimony of Keith Kohler from the Board of Education, President, in Sayville Schools of New York. So from Keith's point of view. My name is Keith Kohler. I am the President of Sayville Schools Board of Education in New York. Last spring, when our New York state legislators proposed a bill eliminating religious and most medical exemptions, I never in my wildest dreams thought such a radical law would pass. To my surprise, in late June, by the narrowest margin, it did become law. I was shocked and immediately grew very concerned. The shock came from the fact that I saw nothing that warranted this overreaching law. There were a few measles cases that arose in Brooklyn that year. However, there were no fatalities. I wondered, if measles were such a problem, why not just mandate that particular vaccine? Why suddenly and with such haste would New York mandate all vaccines while dismissing virtually all exemptions? This did not make any sense. It was unwarranted, and the impact to our students was not considered by our New York legislators. It's hard for lawmakers to picture a perfectly healthy, hardworking student being denied entrance into a school by a security guard. It's hard to imagine a happy, motivated student being ripped out of a classroom chair because they are not up to date on a particular shot. It's hard to envision a student feeling completely rejected and ostracized to the point that they feel suicidal. It's scary to imagine little children being forced to follow a dosage catch-up schedule that is considered extremely unsafe by most doctors. These are just a few of the implications this law will have. After the law was enacted in New York, the disruption was immediate. Where our superintendent normally would have been looking at educational strategies and support for our students, he was looking at the best methods for excluding students from school. That, we learned, was impossible. There is no right way to exclude a child from school. It was astonishing to me that we were really denying children the right to a free and appropriate education. As an elected official, I understand the difficult responsibility we are granted with voting. To make these decisions a little less hard, I always ask myself, is the vote right or wrong? You may feel that mandating the exclusion of a particular group of children is warranted and a vote in favor is justified. If that is the case, I ask you to deeply consider what this will do to the school districts in your state. Schools that are currently functioning well, there aren't any outbreaks or diseases in them, so why introduce an outbreak of chaos and exclusion? If this law is passed, that is exactly what will be brought to all the schools around Connecticut. Please consider the rights of all students when you cast cast your vote. Thank you, Keith Kohler.
Thank you. Questions? Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next up is Gabriella McCollison.
My name is Gabriella Mihalesian. I'm a natural health practitioner and have studied at Trinity School of Natural Health, and I'm active in politics. I'm very concerned about this topic, both vaccines and mandates. I would like to talk about something I'm sure you are very familiar with, that is conflict of interest. As legislators, I am sure you understand the gravity and significance of a potential conflict of interest, and you remove yourself appropriately if one exists. The vaccine manufacturers have a big monetary interest in requiring vaccines for as many people as possible. When there is a vaccine injury, it is treated with pharmaceuticals. A known, well-documented injury is a seizure disorder. In this situation, medication is required to control the seizures, often for life. This creates a steady income stream for the pharmaceutical companies. There is no monetary benefit for safe vaccines. In fact, there is no risk for any vaccine manufacturers, but there is often an actual monetary benefit when they cause harm. We would all love to believe that there's great integrity in healthcare. Let me talk for a minute about the history of integrity of the medical profession in general, and pharmaceutical companies specifically. In 1987, the American Medical Association was found guilty of conspiring against chiropractors. This started in 1963 when they formed a committee on quackery. They were found guilty of attempting to discredit chiropractors and worked hard to discredit the useful and valid practice of chiropractic care. And we still see the residual effects and distrust today. In May 2012, a study published in the American Journal of Health stated that Merck engaged in direct lobbying to varying degrees in all 6 of the states we studied. Merck actively and directly lobbied for pro-vaccine laws, and in some cases drafted the bills and then searched for a sponsor. This is for HPV mandates. One respondent commented, "Just about every vaccine mandate that we have lately has been the result, at least partially, of the drug industry's efforts." The pharmaceutical companies who make the vaccines we're talking about are the same ones who make our medications. There are many instances of $500 million to multiple billion-dollar settlements related to medications. GlaxoSmithKline had a $3 billion settlement for fraudulent off-label marketing, failure to report safety data, false price reporting practices. Pfizer settled for $2.3 billion for fraudulent marketing. Merck, the HPV vaccine company, settled for $650 million for fraudulent price reporting and kickbacks. Abbott settled for $1.5 billion for off-label uses, including targeting elderly dementia patients in nursing homes. None of these companies have been put into bankruptcy or gone out of business. We can hope they have more integrity now, but the conflict of interest is great, and money too often defeats integrity. I strongly believe that oversight for vaccines being produced offshore is insufficient. Because of this and many other reasons you will hear today and have heard, mandating vaccines is risky and an offense against our freedom. To conclude, U.S. legislators do not have the constitutional right to mandate anything that puts one group of people at risk for the protection of another. Please leave the religious exemption in place.
Thank you. Questions or comments? If not, thank you for your testimony and your patience this evening.
Thank you, and I appreciate all of you being here. I was in Massachusetts, and there were only about 3 representatives at this time of night. Thank you.
So next up, I believe, is Deborah. Make sure I'm right. Deborah Anastasio, followed by Tim. Looks like Graham. Deborah. All right, we'll move on to Tim Graham. No, how about Elizabeth D. Domenico?
name's Rebecca Harvey, and I'm just going to kind of talk to you as a mom. I see a lot of skepticism in your faces when you hear the moms tell you that doctors will not write a medical exemption. My son was a thriving child. He was crawling early, he was walking early, he was potty trained early. He got the TDAP vaccine and severely vomited for almost 48 hours straight. Brought this to his doctor's attention, and I was told that those side effects were completely normal and not to worry about anything. His father and I discussed separating the vaccines and not letting him get as many as that were recommended. When he got the MMR vaccine, at this point, I had demanded literature from the pediatrician on the vaccines before they would be administered. This was a problem. It delayed our visits because the pediatrician's office did not have, according to them, the proper literature that I was asking for. When I did get the literature and asked the doctors to explain some of the ingredients, I was either brushed off or told they had no idea. Most of the doctors and nurses that are administering these vaccines have no idea what the side effects are and are only doing what their bosses are telling them to do and what they have been told is right. After my son got his MMR vaccine, we ended up rushing him back to the doctor's office with the literature showing that he had up to 4 side effects from that said vaccine. He had 105 fever. His father held him in his arms as I drove as fast as I could back to that doctor's office, as my son was lethargic and then stopped responding to me. The doctor looked at me as I showed her the literature from her office, showing her that he had up to 4 side effects. And she looked at me and said, the vaccine has nothing to do with this. She told me that he must have caught something at his well visit and that this was all perfectly normal. I took my son out of that office so fast, and my husband said he will never receive another vaccine. I then decided to pull my son's medical records, 3 years worth of them, to find up to 13 discrepancies in his records that was absolutely astonishing to me. He has been to 2 other pediatricians, and neither one of them can legally document his injury because it wasn't under their watch that it happened. And because a doctor chose to falsify my son's medical records, our only option is to either play Russian roulette with him and let him get another vaccine and hope for the best, which is not okay.
I'm going to ask you to summarize, please.
So what I'm trying to tell you is that there are more doctors out there than you would like to admit or even think exist that will not put their name on medical exemption to save face.
Thank you. Questions? Not. Thank you for your testimony this morning. Next up is Scott Taylor, followed by Audrey Kane.
Good morning, members of the committee. Scott W. Taylor in Middlesex County, and I am a veteran of the United States Navy. And I come to oppose the House Bill 5044 and reiterate that the 5044, which amends the state statutes regarding immunizations, is an infringement on the rights of the people to choose how to handle their own health afforded by Amendment 1 of the Constitution of the United States, which I, as a former member of the Army Armed Services, as well as you, as members of the legislature, were sworn to uphold the Constitution and the freedoms that it affords us. That effectively, passing this bill would effectively terminate the rights of a person to have choice with regard to Amendment 1. I want to address also a new section of this House Bill 5044-6, which establishes the exemption certificates. That has in my opinion, a high potential to discourage physicians and other healthcare providers from acting in the best interest of a particular individual, where the immunization may put the individual at risk to the fidelity of their health, by establishment of standard selections which may not fit all situations. Now, I understand there is an other exemption there, but I would question whether or not the other exemption or even the standard exemptions would violate the CDC guidelines, and whether or not the state would have the authority to overrule that. Also, new Section 7, which establishes the advisory on medically contraindicated vaccinations, is concerning due to the fact that there are no provisions to ensure unbiased impartiality in the execution of committee duties. That is, there is no safeguard against the committee member having an interest in promoting vaccine due to a financial interest by some affiliation, for example, through investments in corporations which develop or otherwise provide such vaccines. And I would like to address that it has been said that the Medical Oversight Committee would not have a direct influence on a physician's ability to medically exempt somebody. However, in Section 7, and this is printed offline from the state website, Section 7, line 414, it's actually 408 to 414, says, for the purpose of performing its function, the advisory committee shall, when it says have access to childhood immunity registry, and then evaluate the process by the DPH in collecting data concerning exemptions resulting from a vaccine being medically contraindicated, and whether the department should have any oversight over such exemptions. Now, I work in a big shipyard, and I work with government regulations on shipbuilding. The language is similar to some of the regulations we have and standards in building ships. This is kind of vague, and I know that I have to deal with the government all the time, and we have provisions in there that say I can make a technical justification as to why something's okay. In this case, I'll correlate that to, for example, the medical exemption, why a doctor may say that somebody can be medically exempted. However, the people that are running that may not exercise that right to allow the person to have that medical exemption. So in conclusion, I would say that I'm opposed to this bill, and I question the impartiality with regards to influence from either remotely or some financial gain from connection with pharmaceuticals. Thank you.
Thank you, and I want to congratulate you for your close reading of the legislation. I wish more people had done that. With regard to two of your comments, I'd like to see if I can address them for you. I believe that Section 6 referred to the possibility of CDC preemption of the state's ability to determine which requirements it would enforce. That's not the case. Each state does make its own determinations. And with regard to your comment with regard to Section 7 and the committee's ability to create its own regulations, that's not the case. It is an oversight and advisory body that must make recommendations to DPH and the legislature for recommended changes, so they would not be able to operate independently and institute regulatory changes as you speculated might be the case.
All right, thank you for the clarification. However, I still question the statement as to where it says whether the department should have any oversight. And I understand what you're saying as it stands right now, but that whether the department should have any oversight leaves it open to potential infringement in the future. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Henry.
Just a statement. Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Senator Summers.
Yes, I would thank you for bringing up that section. That's something that has come to my attention by various constituents. They're concerned about the language of that section, where it starts, where it talks about public health and collecting data concerning the exemptions resulting from a vaccination being medically contraindicated, and whether the department should have any oversight over that exemption. There's people that are concerned that the other category that we're trying to give leeway to clinicians, so I'm making this up, let's say it was, autoimmune deficiency, so I'm not going to vaccinate, blah, blah, blah. They're concerned that this committee then would look at those in total and say, geez, there's a lot of medical exemptions being given for this autoimmune deficiency. Maybe we should give public health commissioner the oversight to do something, i.e. not allow that, or etc. So the way the language is written is concerning for many people. And the makeup of the board is also concerning for people. It's not just all clinicians. There's individuals, there's lay people. How are they to be selected? Who gets to select them? So thank you for those. Those are things that we have heard from other constituents, and I want you to know that that's something that I'm sure this committee will take seriously when we look at the potential language going forward.
Thank you.
And vaccines are mandatory in the military, aren't they?
That's correct.
Yes, I thought so. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good morning. Next up is Audrey Kane, followed by Dr. John Furlong.
Audrey left.
Okay, Dr. John, so Dr. John Furlong.
I'm not Audrey, I'm Mary D'Amato, but she had waived her space and had given it to me, and it was approved by the woman with the broken leg before.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So Audrey wasn't able to.
Document trail here. It's very nice.
Audrey wasn't able to stay, so she had come with me and given me her spot.
Okay. It's a little convoluted, but it's just easier to let you speak.
Hi, my name is Mary D'Amato. My husband and I have 3 school-aged children. My husband is a nationally board-certified physician licensed by the state of Connecticut and owns a healthcare practice in Glastonbury. Together, we own 3 businesses and employ 19 employees. If this bill passes, my kids and I will be forced to leave the state, and it will divide my family based on our religious beliefs. My oldest son is a junior in high school who actively excels in sports and academics. Last year, he was nominated to attend a National Youth Leadership Conference in Chicago, and his dream is to attend UConn to pursue a law degree. If this bill passes, he will not be able to attend his senior year and graduate from the town that he's grown up in, and attending college in Connecticut will no longer be an option. My 7th grader lives to play football. His team has gone to the state championships the past 3 years. He's also expressed interest in taking over our family practice and will certainly become a successful entrepreneur. If this bill passes, he would be banned from joining his football team for their final year together before they go off to high school, and his dream to take over our practice in the town he grew up in will also no longer be an option. Both of my boys are on the honor roll and take great pride in their schoolwork and sports achievements. If this bill passes, my husband will have to remain in Connecticut for an extended transition period. He will start a practice in our new home state, and as this new practice grows, he will begin to close his Connecticut practice until he is able to transition to our new home completely. My daughter is a 1st grader, and she's daddy's little girl. Wherever my husband is, our daughter is not far behind. She loves school and looks forward to seeing her friends and teachers every day. We're amazed at her intellectual growth since starting kindergarten. Sure, she may be fine making new friends in a new school, she is so young, but leaving her daddy would destroy her. Our children will be forced to complete their schooling in a different state. We will be paying taxes and spending our money elsewhere. Sure, the town and the state won't suffer greatly when our family leaves and our businesses close. However, I can assure you there are many other families who own businesses that have this exact same plan. Our staff of 19 plus the countless staff of these other businesses, will be left without gainful employment. Families will be divided and employees left jobless. How many residents will leave and families will be torn apart and businesses will close before Connecticut lawmakers realize they have made a mistake? Our family has called Connecticut home since my family immigrated from Italy in the early 1900s. My children and I will not just be leaving my husband and their father, but we will be leaving our extended family and lifelong friends as well. There has not been a public health crisis in the 61 years since the religious exemption has been part of our religious freedoms in Connecticut. This bill will reduce town and federal school funding, will detract income from an already struggling state economy, and will tear families apart. I ask you, why is it my healthy children are a threat to public health? What about the unvaccinated teachers, faculty, staff, and parent volunteers? Or are you suggesting that there's an age that limits the spread of disease? I ask that you dig deep and truly consider how this bill will affect so many of the state's children and their families. Please vote no to HB 5044. Thank you.
Excellent time. Thank you for your testimony. Questions, comments? Again, thank you for your patience. Long wait. Next up is Dr. John Furlong, followed by Marcy Reed.
I don't see Dr. Furlong. I could go look for him downstairs.
Sure, if you want to, we'll go on, and if he shows up, we'll try to squeeze him back in. So Marcy Reed, followed by Robert Reed.
I'm Marcy Reed. I'm from Fairfield. I'm a molecular biologist, and I have a master's in biotechnology from Johns Hopkins, and I'm a pharma and biotech professional for 10 years, and I firmly oppose this bill. This bill is unconstitutional, unethical, and fundamentally incapable of achieving its purported aim of safeguarding public health. Regulation involving a First Amendment right, such as a religious freedom, requires the state to first demonstrate compelling interest under the strictest scrutiny of the law. Secondly, if it can prove a compelling interest, the state is required to apply the least restrictive means to meet that interest. The state has failed to meet either of these requirements with respect to HB 5044. This bill is predicated on the false assumption that religious exemptions are correlated with public health risk. There is no empirical evidence to support this claim. In fact, recent studies show that religious exemptions are not responsible for the vast majority of under-vaccination in schools. On the contrary, under-vaccinated children without an exemption represent a significantly larger pool of potentially susceptible children. A 2016 study in New York shows that 85% of under-vaccination is actually attributed to children without exemptions. A CDC study in 2017 corroborated this, showing that only 2.7% of under-vaccinated children are attributable to parents who requested an exemption. Furthermore, the average child with an exemption, as you heard from many parents already today, has had 22 vaccine doses by the time they enter kindergarten, while the average child with no exemption has had 28 vaccine doses. It's hardly any difference. These data irrefutably show that exemption status is not indicative of vaccine coverage, and therefore it cannot be used as causation of public health risk or compelling state interest to overrule a First Amendment right. The extreme measures proposed in this bill are a far cry from the least restrictive means. This is the legislative equivalent of swatting a fly with a sledgehammer. The state already has effective public health protocols in place. There is no need or justification to impose more restrictive measures at the cost of religious freedom and access to education. Even within the context of compelling interest, the state has no authority to violate the fundamental human right to informed consent. According to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and Bioethics, The interests and welfare of the individual should have priority over the sole interest of science or society. This bill represents an egregious government overreach and is the very reason why this declaration was established after World War II, to ensure that no government could ever again supersede the human rights of its citizens under the false pretense of public health.
I'm going to ask you to summarize, please.
Last line. The state of Connecticut does not have the scientific, legal, or ethical grounds to pursue this legislation, and I implore you to stop this unconscionable abuse of power. Please vote no on HB 5044. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Did you happen to submit your written testimony?
I did, and I have all the studies cited. So if you're interested in looking at any of them, I highly encourage you to do that.
Thank you. Representative Betts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much. That was very impressive testimony. Did I hear you say in the beginning when you were introducing yourself that you work with the pharmaceutical companies, or did I mishear that?
Yes, I've worked in the biotech and pharmaceutical industry for 10 years.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Not again. Thank you for your testimony. Representative Michelle, last minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for testifying. Just a question. I'm not sure if you would be familiar with the emergency plans from New York and Connecticut. I was trying to get more information earlier and I couldn't. Some people earlier were criticizing the fact that the emergency plan in New York was a failure, and I was trying to get information as if in regards to the Connecticut emergency plan. And you said it's an effective plan, I believe.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're referring to the public health department's protocols for quarantine and so forth in the event of an outbreak. Yeah, so we, as Renee Coleman-Mitchell stated herself, we're low risk for an outbreak and well equipped to handle one should it occur in the future. They haven't happened. We haven't had outbreaks. But in case we do, there are protocols in place for quarantine that, for 60 years have been effective in Connecticut, so there is no issue there.
They seem to say in New York the emergency plan was a failure because they ended up with a pandemic that lasted 10 months, I think.
Right, like someone testified earlier, though, that was intentional. That was within a confined community where I think it was specific individuals went to one another's homes because they wanted their kids to get exposed to get lifelong immunity, which obviously you don't get from the vaccine.
Well, thank you for testifying, and I surely will look at the studies that you submitted. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. If there are other questions, have a good day. Next up is Robert Reed, followed by Randy Trowbridge.
Hello, my name is Robert Reed. I'm also I am a father of two and a scientist with over a decade of experience in medical device engineering. Like most of you, I am pro-science and I am pro-public health. Despite your intentions, the measures proposed in this bill would not protect public health and would impose undue restrictions on the constitutional freedoms guaranteed to the people of this state. I urge you to oppose HB 5044. This bill is based on the incorrect assumption that removing the religious exemption would prevent outbreaks of infectious diseases in Connecticut schools. The common misconception cited by proponents of this bill is that the parents are abusing the religious exemption as an excuse not to vaccinate. If this were true, we would expect to see the majority of under-vaccination to exist in students with religious exemptions. On the contrary, a 2016 study in New York shows that more than 85% of under-vaccination was unrelated to exemptions. In other words, students without exemptions are primarily responsible for under-vaccination in schools. This bill would not properly target the majority of students who are under-vaccinated. Students with exemptions are not the cause for concern. Therefore, there is no compelling state interest to remove the religious exemption and constitutionally protected rights to religious freedom and equal access to education without prejudice. Having an exemption is not synonymous with being unvaccinated or even under-vaccinated. A nationwide study from 2017 shows that children with exemptions have had an average of 22 vaccine doses while children without exemptions have had an average of 28. In other words, children with exemptions have had almost as many vaccine doses as those without exemptions. Another study showed that 22% of parents of exempt children reported that their children were actually fully up to date. The evidence to support the argument against religious exemptions simply does not exist. The state has no compelling interest to overrule our constitutional rights. The state has already implemented the least restrictive means to protect the public health with great success. As PHC Coleman Mitchell stated, Connecticut is at low risk for a widespread outbreak. We have effective measures already in place to handle a public health emergency should it arise in the future. Removing the religious exemption would do nothing to address the fact that the majority of children who are potentially susceptible are students without exemptions who are undervaccinated. Ensuring students without exemptions are fully compliant should be the first priority of the state before removing a First Amendment right is even a consideration. 2 more lines. Do not take lightly that you are proposing to remove a constitutionally protected religious freedom based on fear tactics, ignorance, and lack of scientific evidence. This would set a very dangerous precedent. I urge you to oppose HB 5044. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think you did a nice job, but I think she did a little better.
I concur.
Any other questions? Yes, Senator Summers.
So, what you bring up is something that we've talked about in our caucus, is that many of the students that don't have exemptions, that are under-vaccinated, what's the best way to get them to fully comply? We would like to dig down to those numbers. Those numbers are not captured in the public health numbers that we've seen. We don't have the data on the religious exemptions, of which what vaccines some of those exemptions have actually had. And I keep coming back to, for those that don't have exemptions, that are not fully compliant, I still feel that one of the best ways to vaccinate is to have a conversation and to educate those people rather than to force a mandate on someone. I would like to hear your thoughts on ideas, and you don't have to, you have like the power couple here, and I'm assuming your husband and wife, not brother and sister, that you could come up with some great ideas on how we can have those that are under-vaccinated comply in a way that is not violating their right to go to school or their personal belief, in a way that is educated and does it in a way that is socially palatable, is the way that it should be done, I guess. So if you have any thoughts on that, we'd like to hear that, and it doesn't have to be tonight, I know it's late, but we know how to find you, and to get back to us on that, because it is frustrating when you look at these totals of unvaccinated. It's divided between those who are under-vaccinated or just not compliant, not reporting, versus those who have religious exemptions, but really they've had some vaccines, and if you miss one vaccine, you're counted as not complying and not vaccinated. So there's a lot of leeway in the numbers that is misleading.
Yeah, I would be happy for both of us to meet with you to discuss this at another time, or discuss it with anybody would be great. I don't have any, I mean, it's a very complicated question, and I assume that you are referring to children who are maybe partially vaccinated who do not have an exemption. So it's a good question, you know, when you look at the data and the studies that we are, and why do they represent a much larger pool of susceptible children? If they have made the decision and do not have an exemption, what is keeping them from continuing up on the schedule? So I think a lot of that can be time with physicians and during their primary care visits. It also might be other things. It might be a socioeconomic issue of being able to make it to the visits or being able to provide that care. We are fortunate to be able to spend the time.
And like I said, we don't have to answer that now, but we should have a conversation on that at some other time. And we have heard that. It could be socioeconomic, they don't have access, they can't take off from work, they can't get there, they can't find a primary care physician, etc. There's many different things. But it's just illegitimate to pool it all together and count that as those who are not being vaccinated. There's a lot more detail in the numbers that is not being captured, I think, in an appropriate way. And when it's discussed in sort of a macro level, it gives people a sense of, oh my God, all these people are not vaccinated. But that's not really what's happening. And I think we need to be much better the way we deliver the data than has been delivered to us so far.
Yes, I completely agree. And there were a couple of points in this that I think are worth repeating, that more than 85% of under-vaccination was unrelated to exemptions. So students without exemptions are primarily responsible for under-vaccination in schools. So when we talk about herd immunity, you know, these children are very susceptible as well. And we're not discussing how do we ensure that if they are on the schedule, that they are keeping up to date. You know, this is a much larger pool of people. Before we even start thinking about removing a religious exemption, we should first be looking at how to have people comply who are fully on board and able to move forward with their vaccination schedule.
Thank you. Do you want to say something?
I did just want to say, he mentioned in his, but I didn't mention in mine, the third study that's cited in his testimony that points out that 22, I believe it was 22% of the children that were reported as having exemptions by the school, the parents actually said, no, that's not right. Our kids are fully vaccinated. So this points to, you know, something that we heard in the DPH release of Connecticut school data, you know, schools saying, wait, no, that's not right for our school. And I think that it's largely in part due to transcription errors or some flaws in reporting. So there are a lot of issues surrounding this that we really need to look into before this bill goes anywhere.
So I worked in I had a biotech company for 25 years too. So one of the things that gives me great pause here is we are potentially taking away somebody's First Amendment right, their religious freedom, based on data that is not accurate and flawed, based on we don't even know if the reporting of the data is correct. That would not be done in the environment that I am used to. So it's we're putting the cart before the horse before we even have the information that we truly need to make an informed decision. And I applaud you for bringing this to us because I know it's early in the morning and we've all been here for a long time, but I'm really, really intrigued by both your testimony, and I would like to talk to you further about that because you have a good way of framing it in a way that legitimizes some of the things that many of us have been thinking. So I appreciate that, and I think I have questions.
Thank you.
Senator Anwar, followed by Representative Bess.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your testimonies. I just was looking, we don't have that electronically. It's not uploaded, your testimonies.
So we both submitted them yesterday and got confirmation emails yesterday morning.
Can you see it?
I have a copy for you here. I have one in my backpack downstairs where our two kids are currently writing this out.
All right, we'll figure it out then. Thank you.
Representative Bess.
Thank you, and thank you both for your testimony. And I think you reflected what I keep thinking about as we've gone through the testimony, listening to everything. The questions you raised have been valid. The questions that people have been asking throughout the night is very valid. I had said about 12 hours ago, does anybody see any harm in postponing action on this so that we can have more time to better understand this very complex situation and try and reach some common ground? Do you, in your view, and the way you perceived problem. Do you see any harm in postponing as opposed to trying to tweak this to achieve something that may be, frankly, very difficult to achieve at this point?
No, I see no harm in further continuing these conversations in depth. I think they are very valid arguments. This is scientific data. We are both scientists. There are many of us as well, and we'd be happy to discuss further. But I don't see any harm in postponing this. There is no emergency, so I think there's time to discuss.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Representative Candelara.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to accent that point. Right now all we have for the department is this chart showing the religious exemption, and it's actually showing a downtick. And I'm not sure the uptick of the religious exemption being exercised. I mean, I certainly do know we're definitely becoming a much more diverse state with immigrant population moving in to all different communities, and I don't know what impact that might have. But the point of the children that are in schools that aren't exercising any exemption that you speak to, when the commissioner had testified, their office spoke to those of the children that spread out their schedule. I'm not sure how they would even know that, because the schools just report in aggregate, and I'm not sure HIPAA laws would allow that data to even be conveyed to the department. So have you looked at that data to even at all to try to ascertain what that number could be of the non-compliant children?
So you were saying non-compliant, fully unvaccinated with no exemptions, or?
Yeah, when I refer to non-compliant, and that was a term that was given to me from the department 5 months ago, roughly, when I asked for this information, are students that are enrolled in school that don't have a religious exemption, don't have a medical exemption, and have not handed in any immunization paperwork. Have you looked at that at all?
I haven't looked at that specifically, but the study showing that 85% of under-vaccination was unrelated to exemption, I think speaks directly to that. So, and being not in compliant can mean that you have missed one dose or you're behind on one dose. So the numbers and how they are portrayed and marketed can tell all sorts of different stories depending on what you would like to look for in that sense. So if you want that to count as an exemption or non-compliant, you can. Or if that person maybe wasn't able to make their visit and they're behind on a vaccination on their schedule, they're not compliant. So those are two totally different worlds. There's somebody who is not vaccinating completely, or somebody who is behind because they were out of town and they had to reschedule their appointment. So I don't know if that speaks directly to that, but I did want to touch, when we're talking about percentages of children who are vaccinated fully in schools or compliant or on the schedule, if we remove the religious exemption, I don't believe the numbers will change very much on how many people are in compliant with the vaccination schedule. You will see a large uptick in the percentage that is given by the school of how compliant they are, because all of the students who were not compliant will be removed. So be cautious in the future. If this passes, unfortunately, you will see what looks like a success. But don't be fooled by that success. You have removed the people who have the exemptions. So of course your percentages are going to go up. This is a math scientist and an engineer. So the percentages will go up, but the number of people in compliance, I do not believe will change unless there are other measures in place as well. like spending more time with your physicians and being educated.
And I think that's the intent of the first bill. That's not getting a lot of attention, but 504.